Well, welcome everybody. Brooklyn Dad, Chip Franklin, Brian Karem, Jon Austin. Good everybody here for this is our really American coverage of the January 6th hearings. That kick off in just about an hour from right now. Uh, we are going to welcome you guys to put your comments on. It's pretty easy to do. If you're watching this, you'll see right there on YouTube how easy it is to comment. We'd love to hear from you. We're already getting some coming in. But let's start right now with let me introduce everybody. Of course, everybody knows Brooklyn Dad. Obviously, a huge influencer on Twitter, and also really responsible for helping these campaigns move forward to stop everybody
Just
from
dig the
Marco to
beard.
Ron
I love the
Johnson.
beard.
What's hey, you love the beard.
Just dig his beard.
And then, of
Thank
course,
you.
his White House correspondent, Brian Karem, his new book, Free the Press, is heading into its third printing soon. Congratulations, Brian. Kick-ass book. I've read it. Jon Austin, former press secretary for Senator Tom Eagleton, Politico, an old friend of mine. He's also a crisis communication specialist, which should come in handy here as well. Hopefully, we'll have a former federal prosecutor, Renato Mariotti, with us in a little bit as well. We're going to stay with you right up until 3 o'clock Eastern time, which is when the hearings kick in. And then we'll be with you during the break. And at the end of it, we'll have a little synopsis. Let's start with this. Whoever wants to jump in, what's the big gain from the first these hearings? This is the first one we've done. What's your big takeaway from these hearings, if there is one thing? Let's start with you, Brooklyn.
I think the biggest takeaway is that the most damage that has been done to the insurrectionist leaders is by Republicans, by conservatives. Most of the witness testimonies have all been coming from conservative, and I think they're damning. And it's not that they're trying to create a narrative that nobody cares, nobody's interested, but still, in the middle of the day, they were somehow able to manage to get 10 million views, and that's not even counting online views. 10 million views on TV. They didn't do this prime time. 10 million views. So that's a lot of people who care. And I think there are diehard Trumpers that we're never going to get, even if they caught Trump with a bloody knife in his hand. But there are reasonable, moderate Republicans and independents. That's the audience. That's the target audience.
I mean, it's not the final episode of MASH, but we're optimistic.
I hope it's better than that.
What's that, Brian?
I said I hope it's better than that.
No, that had like a John. You might remember this better, but if I recall, the last episode of MASH had something like a 70 share, some crazy freaking number like that.
Yeah, but it was horrible.
All right. It was. Cameron, so Brian, what was your take? What was the thing that really struck you? From these hearings so far?
What our fine Brooklyn father with the wonderful beard just pointed out is probably one of the biggest takeaways, and that's the simple fact that you're seeing part of the Republican Party trying to disgorge itself with the poison of Donald Trump, and Democrats eagerly assisting them in that event. And we have very conservative Christians coming forward, even though they would vote for Donald Trump and love Donald Trump, are going against Donald Trump and spouting their Christianity as they do so, to incur, and in the process offering up a confession that they follow the false prophecies of Donald Trump. There's heavy signaling in all of this to the conservative base and the evangelical Christians that Donald Trump may indeed be the Antichrist. And so they're trying to get those people away from them. But the biggest takeaway I get from this is that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, the three stooges of American politics, need to face the music. And the raid of Jeffrey Clark's home today shows you that indeed the Department of Justice has an ongoing investigation that they've said little or nothing about. There may be a grand jury impaneled, and they outlined the charges that they're going to go against these three with should the Department of Justice indict, and that's conspiracy against the United States. And I think that that's where we're headed, and I think that that's going to be my biggest takeaway then is that Donald Trump is going to go down, and he needs to go down.
Okay, but that's a whole nother issue. I think, okay.
Well, that's what I believe of it.
Okay, that's cool. John, what's your takeaway?
Well, I think a lot.
Hold on. You're like, yeah. You're like.
Am I too loud or too hot?
Yeah, too loud. You were too
okay.
Loud.
No, that's not the first time that's.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. I look at the polls, right? There's a poll out says 18% of Republicans are watching this closely. That's awfully close to the figure of within the Republican Party of people who are turned off by Trump. So I think this is having some impact. I think, especially with the place it needs to have an impact, which is among the people who still want to call themselves Republican. But I agree with what's been said. He could be standing there with a knife and blood and holding the severed head, and he'd still get 33% of the vote, right? And that's the fever that I'm struggling to figure out. How does that break? What is it that could break those people away? But from a political standpoint, the guy has got to be looking at poll numbers that aren't very encouraging. He can probably get the nomination. I think he can if he wants to, but it's going to be a disaster in the general, no matter who's up against him.
He's never going to run.
I disagree. But let me say this. You look at Rusty Bowers. He is the Arizona House Speaker who gave that eloquent attack on Trump and his minions. Yeah. And then 2 days later, he's out saying that he would vote for Trump again.
He said that before, too, by the way.
I know.
Chip.
But this is not before this testimony. This is after this testimony.
He said
that after the testimony?
Yeah,
he said
yeah. No, he has not recanted his previous testimony when asked about it. But here's what I wanted to say. When I saw those two African-American women, the mother and daughter, and I thought to myself, and then of course I heard, and I apologize for not remembering his name, the MSNBC analyst, African-American, who went off on the fact that Georgia and these other officials are now saying that Trump is bad. But these are the same people that enabled this kind of racism in that state, the purging of 300,000 names off the polls and right down the laundry list. I look at this and I think to myself, how are we going to impanel a jury of 12 people and not get somebody who is going to hide their ideological opposition to a conviction? When we're looking at, 40 to 50 million to 55 to 60 million people voted for this guy, how do you find a jury that will listen to evidence and then make a fair and unbiased decision of guilt or innocence? I don't think that's what worries me. And then also those people on that jury will be targeted by Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and Boogaloo Boys. If they're targeting right now, everybody from Swalwell to school officials to health officials during the pandemic and threatening their lives. And, you get them, Brooklyn, this. I don't want to get into details, but people are doing too right now what they're doing to a lot of these other people. And you're not, no offense, you're just an influencer on Twitter, right? That's so if they're going after you, they will go after these people. So my question to you guys is the end game of this. Does it play out? How do you convict this guy? And are we in a worse position if we put him on trial and we can't get a jury to decide?
No, you're not. You're not in a worse position if you put him on trial. You have to put him on trial, and I think you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. Can we get him indicted first before we worry about impaneling the jury?
But Brian, this prosecutors think this through before they do an indictment.
I'm not so sure the prosecutors do think these things through. Honestly,
generally they do.
Jay, some do, but nonetheless, the next step is to make sure that the DOJ gets an indictment. And then the prosecutors have to come ready to play ball in a jury room. I'm not so worried about impaneling a jury. Right now, I'm worried about getting the indictment.
Well, look at Cy Vance's crew. Cy Vance's crew jumped off the boat as soon as Cy left office, and we thought we had him dead to rights in Manhattan.
And by every estimation, you did. And because Alvin Bragg did not want to expend political capital, as Norm Eisen said, as Michael Cohen said, as Dunn and Pomerantz said, all of those people said, look, the simple fact of the matter was Bragg was a chicken. and that he didn't have a slam dunk, so he didn't want to take a chance. That's that problem in a nutshell. That's why I just want to get the indictment first. Even if you don't have a slam dunk on Donald Trump, you need to indict Donald Trump. But no man can be above the law. If he beats it in court, he beats it in court. But by God, bring him to court for what he did. That's the step we have to take.
Okay, if you just joined us, we're having this discussion. Brooklyn Dad, Jon Austin, Brian Karem, and myself, and trying to looking back over the previous hearings, committee hearings, and looking forward to today. And we actually have a question on here, which I think is interesting as well. And I'll put it up here. This comes from Spank Flaps. I like it. The British journalist who filmed Trump in the White House on January 6th, why has he waited 18 months to come forward? That's kind of a consistent theme, right? These people hold this stuff and they wait forever. What's that?
Because he got subpoenaed.
Well, why wouldn't you want that scene? If I was a documentarian, I'd want that scene.
Well, I would too.
And it is right. The payout they get. That's what it is. It's all about money.
One of the takeaways I've heard, one of the leaks, is that we're going to see Ivanka Trump encouraging her father to stick it through and not to back out. That we'll go against her direct testimony.
That clip's out there. Yeah. But yeah, there. It takes time to edit. It takes time to figure out what you got. And then to Brooklyn's point, then they're going to sell it to the highest bidder. Who bought their stuff? Discovery? Is that who bought it?
I don't know. No.
Yeah, I mean they got I assume a pretty good payday from that.
So when journalism is subservient to capitalism, we're all screwed. Oh, wait a minute! Somebody should write a book. Wait, I did.
All right, but again, let's go back to this. So, obviously, Garland and the prosecutors are watching this. Is it possible they did not know a lot of what they're hearing, or were they already aware and they just wanted to see this go forward?
I think that scope of the fact that they raided Jeffrey Clark's house and pulled a Michael Cohen on him, and that indicates to you that the Department of Justice has been investigating this for a while. And the big hint, and Chip, you said it yesterday on my show, the hint that they were involved is like, we'll be watching every moment of the hearing. That was the first hint that you got that something is going on. And then the raid today, there is a grand jury impaneled we know nothing about, and an investigation we know very little about, and the results of which I hope we'll all find out about.
I just go back again. It's a huge political risk. If you indict a former president of the United States, what is the old thing? What did Shakespeare say? You better kill him, and the king. And I think that's where we find ourselves. I mean, if what happened in how long was that jury impaneled at grand jury in Manhattan? 3 years. Are they still impaneled? Or
no?
No, they've been dismissed.
Let's see.
Expired.
No, it's not impaneled or expired. Cohen started cooperating with him while he was still in prison. So, yeah, I think it had to be when it first began. So it had to be close to 3 years.
So how do you not get an indictment on that guy? You have him on tax fraud. I mean, you have him signing two different on legal papers, federal papers, with two different values for properties in order to avoid taxes and then to keep. To get a lower interest rate. I mean, that alone. I mean, is it just that they want the whole thing, or they want so many things that he'll have to cut a deal? I don't understand. I don't see where this is headed. We all talk about indicting him, but if you can't convict him with a jury, and don't you go back weaker than you were before the indictment?
I think as Brian was saying earlier, I think he was just afraid that he didn't have a complete slam dunk. He's a coward. And going back to your the DA from
the DA,
Alvin Bragg.
Oh, the guy who took over. Okay.
And going back to your point about how can we find an impartial jury? At some point we still, as messed up as this judicial system is, we still have to trust in it to do the right thing, and there are so many examples of people who were despised, murderers, serial killers who were despised, and they still had to find, and notorious, they still had to find an impartial jury. Do we know for a fact that all 12 people were 100% impartial? No, and we'll never know. But we have to have that blind faith in our system.
And I've been on 2 juries. One was a murder trial. One was a attempted murder trial. And in the room, people take that stuff seriously. I mean, they all bring their background, they all bring their bias, they all bring their perspective. But in the 2 juries I was in, I mean, people literally made themselves sick trying to make sure they made the right decision. And then last year, I'm from Minneapolis, right? So I watched them turn the downtown area into an armed campground in anticipation of the Chauvin trial, right? And despite all of that, despite all of the hoopla about that, we got a jury who came and listened, and yes, there was a lot of people who avoided that trial. They didn't want to be anywhere near it because they didn't want to be doxxed, they didn't want to be hassled, they didn't, if they reached the wrong verdict, quote unquote, they didn't want. But we still found, I think it was 18 people, 12 jurors, 6 alternates, who sat through the trial and reached a decision that the community, not everybody in the community was happy on either side, but everybody at the end of it thought, okay, they did what they needed to do, right? And so I'm confident that we can get a trial. But to your point, Chip, I do think if you're not confident you're going to get a conviction, don't bring the case, because if you come out of that, and to your point, he's stronger, right? Then he's got the imprimatur of the court to hold up and say, see, there was nothing to it. It was all political bullshit. And he's stronger because of that process.
Well, as they say in The Wire, if you take a shot at the king, you best not miss.
Well, that's right. Shakespeare, right? I mean, to me, this is nothing new. Let's go back and look at OJ. All right. You had overwhelming evidence that OJ Simpson committed these crimes. But there was the people that were in there, again, black and white, Hispanic. It was not a racial thing for them. The prosecution was not ready. They were up against an incredible legal team. I think that the prejudices that people bring into the jury room are impossible to predict. But we've already seen, we have an entire network that's in denial of this, with tens of millions of people watching it. Look, I've been a cynic for a long time, and I don't like it. But tell me that you guys aren't at least twice as cynical as you were in 2015 today.
I think.
Right? I always thought you were an optimist, Chip.
Well, we talked about that last night. It's impossible to be a cynic with children. I mean, full cynic. I mean, but unless your kids are, when they become adults, and sometimes they can actually be, this generation, these millennials are. Good.
The last 5 years, and what my takeaway are 2 takeaways. One is, it has shaken my belief that the arc of history is bending towards justice. Right. I have lived most of my life thinking that was inevitable. The last 5 years have made me question that. And the other thing that's questioned is that I've gone through my life thinking that, we're all pretty much alike, that we all kind of see things the same way. We care about the same things. We care about our kids. We care about our community. We care about our spouse. We care about our work, whatever it is. But there's a lot of common ground, right? I've gone through my life thinking that most people, regardless of their background, I can find common ground with. And the people I can't are a small portion of the population, and getting smaller. The last 5 years have shaken that belief as well. There are people out there for whom, I have real trouble finding, and that's the last 5 years has been the first time in my life I've experienced that.
Well, I think, and part of that is because of social media and the ability to take versions of the truth and just, wrangle them and spread them around and to see what grows. And I think we've realized that. Joining us right now is Renato Mariotti, is a former federal prosecutor, and he joins us with Brooklyn Dad, Chip Franklin, Jon Austin, a political consultant, and former press secretary to Senator Tom Eagleton, of course, Brian Karem, journalist. We're here with you till the start of the hearings, which start in about 45 minutes, actually 40 minutes from now, and then we'll be there during the break. And then we'll also be there at the end with a little summary of where we are today. Renato, thank you so much for being here. Can I start off by asking you a question? Are you worried at all about indicting a former president, and with the possibility that you're not going to be able to get a jury pool that will be able to deliver a conviction despite overwhelming evidence?
For sure. I absolutely would be concerned about that as the Justice Department. I mean, I have to say, there are a lot of complications to bringing an indictment against Donald Trump. That's one of them. As you point out, even in a place like D.C., there's still going to be some percentage of people who voted for Trump and love Trump. Whether it's 10%, 20%, all you need is one person in the jury who does not want to convict, and you got a hung jury right there. Okay, so that's problem one. Problem two is, you have a situation where he's a complicated, bizarre person. Okay, let's just be real about it. He talks in word salads, and he's all over the place. And we can spend a lot of time debating him, but he's definitely not a typical person that that's prosecuted. And I mean, that's just being, he's, you could argue it various ways, but it's definitely complicating. The other thing, of course, is, as the former president, you're always going to have people arguing it's political, and you're going to have a lot of BS, right? That's going to surround that as well.
How are you going to find 12 people without a strong opinion on Donald Trump?
It's going to be very difficult. And what it would be, what the question, like relevant question that the judge would ask is, can you put aside whatever feelings you have and be fair and render a fair and just verdict? And you're going to have some measure, a group of people saying yes, and then you're going to have attorneys on both sides trying to suss out whether or not the person's telling the truth about that. And both sides get strikes, but the prosecution gets fewer strikes. And so they end up usually getting the short end of the stick in terms of which jurors are on a pool. Right. But usually, maybe not in this case, but usually the DOJ's got a huge advantage going in. I'll say this now that I'm no longer a prosecutor and I'm a defense attorney. A lot of jurors assume that if somebody's been indicted, that means that they're guilty.
Yeah.
Right. And what's the federal conviction percentage? If you go to a trial, it's like 99%. The government's gonna win.
Yeah, 95% or so. But here's the thing: it can be a misleading number. First of all, I will tell you, and I say this as a former Fed myself, they pick and choose the winners. Okay,
right?
It's not, they don't roll the dice. You know what?
Right.
The Feds have the luxury. If they think a case is iffy, they let the state handle it. Okay, the state prosecutors, they don't have that luxury. Either this person's going to get prosecuted for rape or murder or whatever or not. Like, they don't have that. They can't just kick it down to somebody else. And so the Feds pick the winners, and that's why this is such an unusual circumstance. The public is frankly teed off that the Justice Department hasn't been more aggressive, isn't taking more risks, and this is usually a risk-averse bunch. And so that's the interesting disconnect there.
Risk averse.
I got a question.
Prosecutors risk averse. Pshaw! How dare you?
I got a question. How do they determine the venue, where the trial is held? Because I feel like the location is key to finding that most impartial jury as possible. Am I right?
Yeah, smart question. You should go to law school, Brooklyn Dad. Smart question. So the Constitution says that you have to have the trial at the place where the crime occurred. However, lots of crimes occur in multiple locations. So it's not like, for example, when you have a nationwide fraud scheme, it's not like it happens just in New York or just in Chicago or whatever. So there are times where different prosecutors' offices fight with each other over cases. I mean, that happened to me when I was a federal prosecutor. There would be big trading cases. I used to investigate lots of these high-frequency traders and so forth. and the Chicago U.S. Attorney's Office and the Southern District of New York would go back and forth over cases. And that happens all the time, let's say, between the Southern and Eastern District of New York, where if you go one block over, you've got, you're in a different district. So that does happen. That said, in a case like this, I bet that most of the cases are going to be in D.C. Because that's where a lot of these people were. Jeffrey Clark, he's a Justice Department official. I don't know where, maybe he lives in Virginia or Maryland, but he was doing all this in D.C. Trump was in D.C., so I bet a lot of the cases will be in D.C.
Okay. That's, again, former federal prosecutor Renato Mariotti. We are here with you guys today until the top of the hour when the hearings begin. Let me ask you guys about Liz Cheney.
He's running for president.
Well, first of all, it's interesting because as many Democrats and progressives, which I consider myself, would say, she's done a really brave thing and she's done a very good job at it. We could still fight her on matters of substance, and we will probably later down the line. But are we all in agreement that if I had to pick one person out of this entire thing as a surprise and as a possible harbinger for bad times for Donald Trump, is it Liz Cheney?
She's the only one that stood up.
I think she deserves a great deal of credit, despite the fact that a lot of people will say, stop giving people credit for not lying or for doing their job or doing their sworn duty. But at the end of the day, most of her colleagues do not have that spine, have not stepped out there and decided to speak the truth. So yeah, she absolutely, as I've said before, we can disagree with a lot of her policy positions, and she did vote with Trump a certain percentage of the time. But when it counted, when the chips were down, she came out on the right side of the equation on this thing. So yeah, I give her credit.
All of that speaks to I disagree with what you say, but will defend to death your right to say it. There used to be in this country the idea that we may disagree with one another on matters of policy, but when it came to the Constitution, when it came to, we stood up for it. I mean, she's doing that. Give her credit for that. Right. She might still vote for She might still vote for Trump. I don't know.
No, but she has said that she will never vote for Trump.
Yeah. But I mean, she did the same thing Bowers did, Rusty Bowers. I mean, those people who came forward, like Rusty, who said, hey, I still love Donald Trump, but what he did, I won't break the law for him. The idea that you put your country before your party is essential to was one of the founding principles, really, of this country, and has been since John Adams decried the two-party system. But nonetheless, we've always put country before party. And her and him and others in the Republican Party doing that speak to the idea that perhaps we still have a sound democracy but we could get rid of the poison that is Donald Trump and Trumpism, because that expands past Donald Trump.
Let me ask John a quick question. Again, John has a crisis communications company and deals. I like to tell the story on 9/11. He was working for a communications company, a PR firm, and he had to go to Chicago and stand in front of the United Airlines desk and answer questions. America's in a similar crisis right now. Are there commonalities in these and things that we can, hopeful signs we can look forward to, or consistencies that we can observe so we don't make the same mistakes again and again?
Well, yeah, there are some common themes that are in events like this, but I have to say this is, in my experience, unprecedented. I'm old enough where I could say to people for a long time, this feels a lot like 68, 69, 70 to me, because we were torn apart on civil rights. We were torn apart on the war. We were torn apart on, Republican, Democrat. And my recollection is that what stopped that was not any great moment. We were exhausted. The country was exhausted by fighting. And for those of us who are old enough to remember the 70s, we were all going around going, what happened to all the passion? What happened to all the protests? This is such a boring decade. We were all just exhausted from burning down our cities and protesting a war that more than half the country thought was ill-founded. And I kind of suspect that's what's going to happen here, is that eventually we're just going to get exhausted with fighting. We're just going to, it's just too hard.
There's an
to do that.
industry now, John. There's a lot of money.
And that is the difference. I mean, yeah, we touched on social media a little bit earlier, and that's the X factor that I can't evaluate, is that the industry and the social media platforms that really drive people to their corners and then keep them there is a force that didn't exist in the 60s and in the early 70s like that. And that may be enough to keep us energized and pissed off. Because again, the research from Facebook and Twitter and all that say, what gets the most engagement, what gets the most participation? It's anger, right? If you can make people angry, they engage. And as we were talking about earlier, there's now an economic incentive to keeping people angry, right? Alex Jones wants to sell you his, radiation chellets and his survival packs and his coins and shit. And so he's got to keep his audience engaged.
But we did stop him. We've successfully thwarted Alex Jones, and I think that we have put that exactly.
Right, but A, we haven't stopped him because he's still out there spewing this crap. And B, okay, we killed one cockroach, maybe, or at least clipped off a couple legs. It's an ugly kitchen when you flip on the lights.
But
I lived in Laredo, Texas. I'm with you, John. It is ugly when you flip on the lights. Those cockroaches start flying, baby.
Yeah.
All right. So today, obviously, the hearings will continue. I think that they've been very well managed, and I think the presentations have been done well, with the possible exception of the judge who had a problem speaking because of the previous stroke. In some ways, though,
I don't know if that's accurate. So
he didn't.
Hold on, I'm going to back up and say though that in many ways he turned out to be, because of that the pause, it gave more gravity to the things he said. I came away with a different. When I saw people mocking him originally on Twitter, I thought, well, listen to what he's saying. And I think at the end of that, everybody took a step back and said, oh, we were so used to the kind of not of the back of a train sort of a slam my fist approach. His very Socratic and sober recollections, I thought, had quite a bit of power.
You go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, for me, I'll just say it was really something to see Judge Luttig there talking in this way. When I was a Yale law student 20 plus years ago, he was the conservative icon, the darling of the Federalist Society. He's who every conservative law student wanted to clerk for Judge Luttig, and he was the future of conservatism. And we had heard about the role that he played on, in the run up to January 6th. There had been, I remember still seeing his tweet thread on the morning of, saying that it would be unconstitutional for Pence to do this, and was very surprised to see that. And I think we all learned, he may have been the most consequential legal advice in American history that he gave Mike Pence. But I thought the words that he said were very important, because he's another person. You mentioned Liz Cheney earlier and Rusty and Barnes and so forth. He is another person who is a voice that people in the Republican Party cannot dismiss. He's right. He is one of the intellectual godfathers of the conservative movement in the last 30 years. And it's almost like Moses coming down off the mountain to offer up testimony for what he saw. He's designed to get,
what kind of conservative?
So conservative. Bush looked at putting him on the court twice and passed on him because he was too conservative for Bush's take. So
where are the rest of those conservatives though right now?
Well, they're doing the thing that apparently happens in Congress, but I've had experience personally with my friends who are Republican, where they all say to me privately, oh, he's a disaster. I hate him. I can't stand him. This is awful what he's done to the country. And then they go out and vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
Did Biden's association with the far left, AOC and others, are they still running the Democratic Party right now? Is that what's wrong with the Democrats?
I don't see AOC as as running the Democratic Party at
Well, not
all.
her,
I
but
think
the idea.
Look, the Democratic Party is being run by anybody right now who can object, because the margins are so thin that you can't do anything unless you've got everybody. Well, try to give me an agreement, a bipartisan reconciliation bill that Bernie Sanders and Joe Manchin can sign on to. Because if you can't get that, then you got nothing, right? And same in the House. AOC, and the squad matter because, what's Nancy's margin in the House these days? 4 or 5 votes?
Yeah.
So nothing happens unless everybody agrees. And what can everybody agree on? Well, apparently we can agree on, weak ass 3 decades too late gun control legislation, but that seems to be about it.
It's like Alec Baldwin
Yes,
and
that will probably
Glenn
be
Ross.
down in the and whatever they come to, whatever gun control legislation they agree to will probably be shot down, no pun intended, by the Supreme Court. So there's that.
Well, that's another question, Renato. If in fact there's a conviction, I mean, we've already heard. We know that that Barr was a big believer in executive powers, and there are people like, going back to Nixon, saying if the president says it, then it does it, then it's not illegal. I mean, are we moving towards a stronger executive branch? And I mean, obviously the Supreme Court is compromised with Ginny Thomas, which is a whole nother conversation. But I look at this now, and to John's point, it reminds me of that scene in Glengarry Glen Ross where, first place is first place, second place is steak knives, third place you're fired. I mean, if you're not winning these votes in Congress, you can talk all you want and get impassioned on MSNBC, but at the end of the day, the agenda is still moving to the right.
Yeah. So regarding, I will just say the court and what that might mean for a prosecution of Trump. I guess what I would say is I don't see the court just invalidating a proper prosecution of Trump. In other words, I actually think Luttig is roughly where the center of where that court is. Okay, I think that, which is saying something because, as you point out, he's super conservative. But the point is, I think you would have the votes in the Supreme Court to affirm the conviction of Donald Trump if the evidence is there and they're not doing anything that's super outside the box. In other words, there's a lot of, you talk about MSNBC, between MSNBC and Twitter, there's lots of really, I'll call them, we can call them aggressive, fanciful, hopeful, whatever your view is of like legal theories. Like everything is, no matter what, if you base it on Twitter, it would be so easy to indict and convict Donald Trump. You'd literally just toss the evidence onto Twitter and it would be like everyone would unanimously agree he's completely guilty. No challenge whatsoever. And I will tell you, if you try some of the stuff that people on Twitter or on MSNBC think is a great idea, I do think you would get it overturned. I don't think, you being hyper aggressive in your interpretation of the law is a good idea in a Trump prosecution. But I do think that in the end of the day, I don't see Neil Gorsuch sticking his neck out and saying, yes, the vice president and, can overturn our the electoral vote to the president of the United States as, plenary power to do whatever he pleases. I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, I think Trump has no concept of who he put on the court other than somebody told him, oh, this is your person, right? And so, he's already been surprised, I think. I suspect he's been surprised that his court, as he probably thinks of it, wouldn't take any cases about the election.
Hey, will Ginny Thomas show up and appear before this committee?
She says she wants to.
I know, but will she?
No.
Yeah, I think the committee is going to try to stay away from that. Honestly, one thing that has been very well done by this committee, and I think it's well appreciated, they've staged this for television. Okay, congressional hearings are not usually staged for television. They've got both sides arguing and a lot of political speeches. Here, they very carefully selected their witnesses. They put up people who are going to tell a specific story. They have the questions and probably, to an extent, the answers plotted out in advance. And they intersperse them with video clips. You don't want somebody who's antagonistic to you ruining your television program. So I don't see them. I'm sorry.
Unless they look like buffoons. If they would get Jenny on there and they could shame her into looking like a buffoon, they'd take that. But I agree with you. All of this has been staged for television, and it's a good thing because it's held a viewership. And I maintain, and I'll say this to the very end, the Republican Party screwed up by not becoming involved in this process.
Yep, I agree. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, I don't want to agree with Trump on anything, but he's right about that. They got no representation on the committee, and that's a wonderful thing because you can then produce it just like a television show, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, they got participation, but it's the participation that, I mean, again, what's really underlying all this, they got the participation of the Republicans who want the old Republican Party back.
Right.
And they're trying to disgorge the poison of Trump and all the Trumpism. So the Jim Jordans, the Mitch McConnells, all of those people that would, are Marjorie Taylor Greenes, Boeberts, maybe not McConnell, but all of those people are put to the sidelines for sober and rational people to make a case. And as Brooklyn was saying earlier, 10 million people watched in the middle of the day. There are people paying attention to it. Now, I can't get anybody in my family to because they're too busy playing beer pong, but that's another story.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, there should be 50, 60 million people watching this. This makes the Watergate hearings look like C-SPAN on a normal Wednesday afternoon.
But again, being the old guy, I remember the Watergate hearings, right? I remember my mom watching the Watergate hearings for days, months, weeks. Sure. All day,
John, I'm older than you. I watched them.
Well, okay. Yeah, I watched them when my mother wasn't saying, go outside and play. I don't care if it's hot, But anyway, it was interminable, right? It was disorganized, it was chaotic, it was messy, but the big difference is it was the only show in town, right? I mean, think about the information environment of the Watergate hearings, right? When I was growing up in St. Louis, we had 2 newspapers, 3 television stations that had news broadcasts, and 1 AM talk radio. That was it. There was a weirdo down the block who got the New York Times mailed to them 3 days after it was published. And that was it. So if you wanted to own the media environment in St. Louis, you had 6 stops you had to make that day, right? If you wanted, so the Watergate hearings were the only show in town. They had massive ratings because it was a big deal. Now there's so much content out there, it's kind of pick your own world.
Okay, so let me say this. I'm going to ask Brooklyn a question because of all of us here, he has the most experience and most expertise when it comes to Twitter, which is, I think, of all social media right now, the one that produces the quickest and most virulent sort of reactions. And Brooklyn, let me ask you, so you see it all. You post a lot, you get 1 million people that follow you. You've been the subject of attacks in every possible way from people that disagree with you. We're not going to shut Twitter down. It looks like Musk isn't going to take it over. How big a role is this going to continue to play in American politics? Do you see it continuing to grow? I mean, obviously, Truth Social and Parler, they're not ever going to be in the same league. What's your thoughts? Where is this headed, and how will it affect, the 2022 and 2024 elections?
Well, Twitter is not the real world,
What? Shock.
And as I forget who was that you, Brian, that was talking? No, it was Renato talking about how, if everything was decided on Twitter, it would be great. It's not the real world, but the people that are on Twitter engaging in conversation about our politics are highly engaged. They're hyper engaged in politics. And the people who are watching them are the people that we watch on TV, the people on CNN, the people on MSNBC, even the people on Fox and OANN. They are paying attention to the things we are saying. So in a sense, Twitter is, the town square. That is where, people are engaged about things that matter. The rest of the world is the real world, but a lot of folks are focused on, how am I going to pay the rent this week? And, where am I going to get my groceries? And can I fit everything into one trip so I save on gas? Those kind of things that they're focused on. So I think Twitter is extremely important as long as, especially if the Democratic Party is able to galvanize people using Twitter, and using it as a more effective communication strategy. So there's some criticism out there that Democrats don't have messaging right.
Okay.
And that's sometimes that's true, but I think overall, I haven't seen the Democratic Party more in sync now than in a long time.
What do you think about this? Kyle says kitchen table issues don't matter when stability is gone. Does Carball's famous axiom still apply today in both congressional and presidential races? Go ahead,
Yes.
John, now.
Yeah, it's still the economy. I mean, look, I drove down from Minneapolis to Chicago, where I am now. I filled up my gas tank. It cost me $124, right? 2 years ago, that cost me $60 maybe. So, you know, people care about that stuff, and unless the Civil War is right outside your door, they don't tune in on that stuff. They, you know, as Brooklyn was just saying, they're focused on how am I paying rent? My kid's screwing up in school. What do I do about that? You know, I'm worried that my job's going to go away. What, you know, they're worried about the stuff that gets them to the next week, and it makes them unhappy. It makes them anxious, right? And then you add on that, right? I mean, we went through in Minneapolis in 2020 after the George Floyd killing. You know, there was civil unrest in our community, and that put everybody on edge. But I'd call my friends in California or DC or wherever, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you guys are having a rough time up there." It wasn't impacting their lives at all.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you know, Renato, I think there's two worlds here. There's the world of public opinion, and then there's the law. And it seems to me that Trump has a handle on one and not the other. I think that the people that support him really don't care about the law and or believe that it should be selectively enforced. We're about 12 minutes away from the start of the hearings.
Yeah.
How do we educate people about the law in a way that is, you know, is not preachy, is you know, something they can understand and they can fit into their narrative when they speak? Because it's difficult, right? I mean, I feel like that many times just trying to get the right answers is like calling one of these 800 helplines and sitting on hold for weeks. Yeah, as we see here now, the committee's beginning to come in. It's going to start shortly, and we'll have it for you, Renato. So, I mean, you obviously know this your whole life. How do you explain the law to people that are hesitant to even listen?
Yeah, it's very challenging. It's something, by the way, the reason I'm here is for that purpose. And the reason why I'm on Twitter is for that purpose. I started tweeting in the beginning of the Mueller investigation, well, right when Trump had fired Comey, because I saw a lot of disinformation out there. I will just say I'm very concerned about the law in this age. And the reason why is that most of us have very unrealistic and fanciful ideas of what the law can accomplish. So I'll tell you, my own followers, not nearly as many as yours, Brooklyn Dad, but similar folks, mostly people who are progressive. They just want Trump to go to prison. I mean, they don't really care why or how it's going to happen. In their mind, it should have happened yesterday. It's easy to do. Like, let's just make it happen. Okay? Like, well, let's just get ready. And it's not really that different. And I'm going to say something that people may get mad about. We may get some comments. In some ways, there's an element that it's not different from lock her up. Now, obviously, in the case of Trump, I agree that he's like an evil person, huge danger to our democracy. For precisely the reason you said, Chip. He doesn't care about the law. He cares about power. He doesn't care about our democratic system. He cares about himself. He doesn't care about our constitutional order. There's no equivalence between the two. But what I will say is the popular understanding of how the law works is if you do anything wrong, you go to prison immediately, costlessly, perhaps. I don't know. But that is not at all how our system works. Maybe it should be different, but we can't have that conversation until we all kind of agree that like that's not the reality.
That's depressing as hell. And I, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, obviously it looks like the House is going to go to the Republicans. So a year from now.
Wait. Are we saying that's a foregone conclusion?
No, it seems so. It seems to me, everything I've read, the polls, it's going to be difficult. But let's say they do. Will they impeach Joe Biden in the first 6 months of 2023?
I'm told by a member of Congress, yes. A Democratic member of Congress said that his colleagues, Republican colleagues, are saying they are going to do it because they think that they want to have our impeached guy versus their impeached guy. I say our because I'm a Democrat. I don't shy away from that. I think everyone knows that. I don't shy away from that. Yeah. So they want that. And by the way, what happens if Biden loses? Do we?
Stop right there. What if Biden chooses not to run, which I think is a distinct possibility?
Sure.
Is Kamala Harris going to beat Donald Trump? No way.
Is she going to win the Democratic nomination?
Right. I mean, I can think of a handful of people that I would love to see run, but they're not going to run, and of course, Biden's not going to, he's going to wait obviously late into 2023 before he, begins, to campaign again. And, and there will be pressure. I'm sure the polls aren't going to improve that much. I mean, these are historically low polls of a president who would be in his 80s. I don't know how the Democrats got themselves into this situation. I just don't know. I mean, is Biden the only one who could have won? Clyburn saved his life in South Carolina and turned everything around. John, you know this. You've worked with politicians your whole life. Where would you look right now in the Democratic Party to try to have someone that can turn this around, and not in 2022 necessarily, but in 2024?
Well, I don't know whose reporting this was I read, but I read a thing that resonates for me, that Biden is most interested in running because he thinks he's the only one who can beat Trump, because he's the only one who has beaten Trump. That
might be.
And that might be it. And he wasn't my candidate when the Democratic Party started the 2020 debates and all of that. But I came to appreciate the logic of, after Trump, he made sense, that he was the only one who had the best chance of reaching across the aisle, of tamping down the front. And as Lindsey Graham once put it, how can you not like Joe Biden, right? If you don't like Joe Biden, there's something wrong with you, right?
He said that in 2013.
Right, but nonetheless, that's there are a lot of people in the Senate who feel that way about Biden. I thought, okay, he's got the best chance. But to your point, you're right. If he doesn't run again, it's a free for all, and maybe Kamala has a half a step lead on that in that scenario because of her position, but maybe not, because the conventional wisdom on her is she's never lived up to her potential as a campaigner. And then you got Secretary Pete out there, who I assume is still got that ambition. I heard Bernie say that, if it were an open field, he might get back in.
Okay. How's the other question here for you guys? We have about 5 minutes left. Is Ron DeSantis as bad as Trump?
Yes, he's worse.
He's worse.
Really?
He's disciplined, and but he's absolutely as shameless and as
he's not insane. He's not a psychopath. He's not a sociopath.
He is dangerous.
Without a doubt. But won't he listen to Republicans in the party?
No, I think he's entirely driven by numbers, poll numbers,
Well, they all are.
He has the same instinctual calculation that makes Trump successful. He's able to read a mood and crystallize it into a word or a phrase, but he's disciplined.
What concerns me, what I would say about DeSantis is he appears to be somebody who understands Trump's playbook, but is competent. And that's scary, because Trump was completely incompetent and got very little done relatively. I know he got judges and certain things. That's because of other people. I think he got very little done.
I think that's a really good point. Trump, as a president, was a failure. He came in with no policy agendas. He enacted no policy agendas. he basically didn't give a crap about any of that stuff. So he outsourced it to the Federalist Society and Mitch McConnell and the lobbyists for the energy industry and wherever it was. And those guys got shit done, right?
I don't think you can call him a failure.
Oh,
by
yeah, you
any
can.
stretch.
I can call him anything.
Well,
I call him a
it's
failure,
not
but-
accurate. He's accomplished for him personally. He's been a tremendous success for the country. Yeah, a failure.
He is the dog who caught the car and doesn't know what to do with it. But and if he had figured out the scam that people will send him $5 and it adds up to hundreds of millions of dollars, if he figured that out 30 years ago, he would have done it too. But now that he's got it, he's not letting go of it. Not because he gives a shit about policy or anything big picture. He just says, hey, I can make money doing this.
I am concerned that we have a 14th Amendment, Section 3, that is totally not being used. Like, what if the 14th Amendment was not made for a traitor like Donald J. Trump, then who the hell was it made for?
Well, now, since I don't have my copy of the Constitution handy, remind me what the 14th Amendment third clause is.
That's the one that says that if you participate in an insurrection, that you cannot run for office ever again.
Well, I mean, you can also take the 14th Amendment has been misused by people for immigration from Mexico and from Central America and the anchor baby, because it was designed to give state citizenship to African Americans after the Civil War that had been slaves. It was not designed with the idea that anybody could come here from any country, have a baby, and that person's a citizen. I mean, it's again, the whole context of the amendments to the U.S. Constitution were designed.
Guys, that's Sean Penn, by the way. That's Sean Penn on the screen. That's Sean Penn at the hearing. Yeah. And the U.S. Capitol police officer right next to him, I forget his name. There's Officer Dunn.
Facone, yeah. Facone.
Yes.
Yeah, he looks better than he did as John Mitchell.
By the way, that is great. That's a.
Now, I had no realization that John and Martha had such a kinky relationship.
When you get behind closed doors.
Now that I'm an old person too, it gives me hope.
All right. Well, all right. So what today? Obviously, this hearing. I don't know when the first break is going to be, but we'll be back for that. And then, whoever can join us at the end of this, we'd love to see you. And we'll take more of your guys' questions. I promise, coming as we get a little bit later on. This is a pivotal moment in American history. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Oh yeah. No question. It should definitely be. They should be doing this in prime time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. By the way, Renato, Brian wants to contact you to get you on his podcast, which I did last night, which is a lot of fun. So I'm going to put you guys together. Okay. So we're about a minute and a half away. Brooklyn, I'm going to let you walk this up since that's your forte. But follow Brooklyn Dad on Twitter. If you're not right now, it's at Brooklyn Dad Defiant.
No. It's at Padellen.
Oh, that's right. Padellen.
At MMPADELLAN.
But if you can't remember that, just put Brooklyn Dad in the search machine and it'll find him right away. In fact, that's what most people do anyway. Same with Renato and for John. We'll get your guys. People again. You put Renato in there, it pops right up. I think that the stuff that we see on Twitter and the fact that this is a super PAC that has us up here today, we're that's a platform that we're using. I think that another conversation has to be about money, and we'll have it maybe a little bit later on in another time. But that's at the heart of all this, is the fact that you can throw just as much money as you want at a particular issue, regardless of whether or not it's what the people want or abides by the Constitution. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So again, walk us up here. What do we got coming up here right now? And when do we have to jump out of here, Brooklyn?
So in about 30 seconds or so, we should see Rep. Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney and the rest of the January 6th committee gang walking into the chamber, at which point I will cue up the volume. And they showed some they showed a graphic. I believe Jeffrey Rosen is
Yeah,
one
so-
of the is one of the expected witnesses today. I forget the other two.
Richard Donahue, who was the assistant AG, right? Am I getting this title right?
I believe. Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
looking at it right now.
Yeah, I think it's associate AG, and then
Associate.
assistant AG is Steve Engel, my former
Right.
law school classmate. So yeah.
There you go. So yeah,
There you go.
so a couple of guys from Justice who are going to talk about what it was like, dealing with the pressure that they were getting put under, which, that's the other thing that's been really great about these hearings is all the connective tissue between what, looked kind of random and chaotic and disorganized and, some crazy group of people doing stuff and a deliberate, organized plot. And there's Chairman Thompson coming in right now.
All right. So we'll be back at the first break, and we'll talk a little bit about about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be some or all of us will be on at the end to kind of encapsulate what we saw and heard today. Thank you so much, everybody that joined us, Renato, Brooklyn, John, and Brian Karem, who'll join us a little bit later on as well. Walk us up, Brooklyn, will you?
Here we go. And guys, you might want to mute your microphones so folks don't hear you in the background.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. In our previous hearings, the Select Committee showed that then President Trump applied pressure at every level of government, from local election workers up to his own vice president, hoping public servants would give in to that pressure and help him steal an election he actually lost. Today, we'll tell the story of how the pressure campaign also targeted the federal agency charged with enforcement of our laws, the Department of Justice. We already covered part of Mr. Trump's effort. We heard from Attorney General Bill Barr tell the story and the committee about the baseless claims Mr. Trump wanted the Justice Department to investigate, and that Mr. Barr viewed those claims as nonsense. Today, we'll hear from Jeffrey Rosen, the person Mr. Trump appointed to run the Justice Department after Attorney General Barr resigned. We'll hear from other senior Justice Department officials also. Together, these public servants resisted Mr. Trump's effort to misuse the Justice Department as part of his plan to hold on to power. And we will show that Trump's demands that the department investigate baseless claims of election fraud continued into January 2021. But Donald Trump didn't just want the Justice Department to investigate. He wanted the Justice Department to help legitimize his lies, to basically call the election corrupt, to appoint a special counsel to investigate alleged election fraud, to send a letter to 6 state legislatures urging them to consider altering the election results. And when these and other efforts fail, Donald Trump sought to replace Mr. Rosen, the acting attorney general, with a lawyer who he believed would inappropriately put the full weight of the Justice Department behind the effort to overturn the election. Let's think about what that means. Wherever you live in the United States, there's probably a local government executive, a mayor, or a county commissioner. There's also an official responsible for enforcing the laws, a district attorney or a local prosecutor. Imagine if your mayor lost a re-election bid, but instead of conceding the race, they picked up the phone, called the district attorney, and said, I want you to say this election was stolen. I want you to tell the Board of Elections not to certify the results. That's essentially what Donald Trump was trying to do with the election for president of the United States. It was a brazen attempt to use the Justice Department to advance the president's personal political agenda. Today, my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, and other witnesses will walk through the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she's care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this point, our committee has just begun to show America the evidence that we have gathered. There is much more to come, both in our hearings and in our report. But I'd like to take just a moment to put everything we've seen in context. We have already seen how President Trump falsely declared victory on November 3rd, 2020, how he and his team launched a fraudulent media campaign that persuaded tens of millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him. Donald Trump intentionally ran false ads on television and social media, featuring allegations that his advisors and his Justice Department repeatedly told him were untrue. We have also seen how Donald Trump launched a fraudulent fundraising campaign that raised hundreds of millions of dollars, again, based on those same false election fraud allegations. We have seen how President Trump and his allies corruptly attempted to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count lawful electoral votes and obstruct Congress's proceedings on January 6th, and how he provoked a violent mob to pursue the Vice President and others in our Capitol. We've seen how the President oversaw and personally participated in an effort in multiple states to vilify, threaten, and pressure election officials, and to use false allegations to pressure state legislators to change the outcome of the election. We've seen how President Trump worked with and directed the Republican National Committee and others to organize an effort to create fake electoral slates, and later to transmit those materially false documents to federal officials, again, as part of his planning for January 6th. We have seen how President Trump persuaded tens of thousands of his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. And we will see in far more detail how the president's rally and march to the Capitol were organized and choreographed. As you can tell, these efforts were not some minor or ad hoc enterprise concocted overnight. Each required planning and coordination. Some required significant funding. All of them were overseen by President Trump. And much more information will be presented soon regarding the president's statements and actions on January 6th. Today, as Chairman Thompson indicated, we turn to yet another element of the president's effort to overturn the 2020 election, this one involving the Department of Justice. A key focus of our hearing today will be a draft letter that our witnesses here today refused to sign. This letter was written by Mr. Jeff Clark with another Department of Justice lawyer, Ken Klukowski, and the letter was to be sent to the leadership of the Georgia State Legislature. Other versions of the letter were intended for other states. Neither Mr. Clark nor Mr. Klukowski had any evidence of widespread election fraud, but they were quite aware of what Mr. Trump wanted the department to do. Jeff Clark met privately with President Trump and others in the White House and agreed to assist the president without telling the senior leadership of the department who oversaw him. As you will see, this letter claims that the U.S. Department of Justice's investigations have, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. In fact, Donald Trump knew this was a lie. The Department of Justice had already informed the President of the United States repeatedly that its investigations had found no fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The letter also said this, quote, in light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session, end quote, and consider approving a new slate of electors. And it indicates that a separate, quote, fake slate of electors supporting Donald Trump has already been transmitted to Washington, D.C. For those of you who have been watching these hearings, the language of this draft Justice Department letter will sound very familiar. The text is similar to what we have seen from John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, both of whom were coordinating with President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. When one of our witnesses today, Mr. Donahue, first saw this draft letter, he wrote this, quote, this would be a grave step for the department to take, and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country, end quote. This committee agrees. Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real. Here is another observation about this letter. Look at the signature line. It was written by Jeff Clark and Mr. Klukowski, not just for Clark's signature, but also for our witnesses today, Jeff Rosen and Richard Donahue. When it became clear that neither Mr. Rosen nor Mr. Donahue would sign this letter, President Trump's plan necessarily changed. As you will hear today, Donald Trump offered Mr. Clark the job of acting Attorney General, replacing Mr. Rosen, with the understanding that Clark would send this letter to Georgia and other states and take other actions the president requested. One other point. Millions of Americans have seen the testimony of Attorney General Barr before this committee. At one point in his deposition, the former Attorney General was asked why he authorized the Department of Justice to investigate fraud in the 2020 election at all. Why not just follow the regular course of action and let the investigations occur much later in time, after January 6th? Here's what he said.
Felt the responsible thing to do was to be in a position to have a view as to whether or not there was fraud. And frankly, I think the fact that I put myself in the position that I could say that we had looked at this and didn't think there was fraud was really important to moving things forward. And I sort of shudder to think what the situation would have been if the position of the department was, we're not even looking at this until after Biden's in office. I'm not sure we would have had a transition at all.
I want to thank each of our witnesses before us today for your role in addressing and rebutting the false allegations of fraud at the root of January 6th. And thank you for standing up for the Constitution and for the rule of law. Of course, not all public officials behaved in the honorable way our witnesses did. At the close of today's hearing, we will see video testimony by 3 members of Donald Trump's White House staff. They will identify certain of the members of Congress who contacted the White House after January 6th to seek presidential pardons for their conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I'd like to start with a personal story. So in May of 2009, I returned from service in Iraq and I announced my intention to run for Congress. A big reason I decided to run for Congress was my motivation to ensure freedom and democracy were defended overseas. I remember making a commitment out loud a few times and in my heart repeatedly, even to today, that if we are going to ask Americans to be willing to die in service to our country, we as leaders must at least be willing to sacrifice our political careers when integrity and our oath requires it. After all, losing a job is nothing compared to losing your life. Within the halls of power, in the face of a president, that commitment can easily be forgotten. Presidential pressure can be really hard to resist. Today, we'll focus on a few officials who stood firm against President Trump's political pressure campaign. When the president tried to misuse the department and install a loyalist at its helm, these brave officials refused and threatened to resign. They were willing to sacrifice their careers for the good of our country. The Department of Justice is unique in the executive branch. The president oversees the Department of Justice, yet the president's personal or partisan interests must not shape or dictate the department's actions. The president cannot and must not use the department to serve his own personal interest, and he must not use its people to do his political bidding, especially when what he wants them to do is to subvert democracy. The president cannot pervert justice nor the law to maintain his power. Justice must, both in fact and law, be blind. That is critical to our whole system of self-governance. During this hearing, you'll hear time and time again about the president's request to investigate claims of widespread fraud. Our witnesses, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel, stood firm in the face of overbearing political pressure because they understood that their oath was to the Constitution and not to the personal or political interests of the president. The president and his allies became keenly aware that with legal challenges exhausted and electoral votes certified, their only hope would be a last-ditch scheme to prevent Congress from certifying the win, thus throwing the entire system into constitutional chaos. The president wanted the department to sow doubt in the legitimacy of the election, to empower his followers and members of Congress to take action. If the department could just lend its credibility to the conspiracies, people would have the justification they needed to spread the big lie. So President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. As you will hear today, the department's top leadership refused. Not surprisingly, President Trump didn't take no for an answer. He didn't accept it from Attorney General Barr, and he wouldn't accept it from Mr. Rosen either. So he looked for another Attorney General, his third in 2 weeks. He needed to find someone who was willing to ignore the facts. That is not the norm. Let's look at what attorneys general, Democrats and Republicans alike, have said about upholding their oath to the Constitution.
Attorney General ultimately owes his loyalty to the integrity of the American people and to the fidelity to the Constitution and the legitimate laws of the country. That's what he's ultimately required to do.
I will be an independent attorney general. I will be the people's lawyer. If, however, there were an issue that I thought were that significant that would compromise my ability to serve as attorney general in the way that I have described, that as the people's lawyer, I would not hesitate to resign.
As you and I discussed, if the president proposed to undertake a course of conduct that was in violation of the Constitution, that would present me with a difficult but not a complex problem. I would have two choices. I could either try to talk him out of it or leave. Those are the choices.
The Attorney General's position as a cabinet member is perhaps unique from all of the cabinet members. Yes, a member of the president's cabinet, but the Attorney General has a unique responsibility to provide independent and objective advice to the president or any agency when it is sought, and sometimes perhaps even when it is not sought.
Everyone in that video, from Eric Holder to Jeff Sessions, spoke as one about the independence of the department. It's a point of pride at Justice to apply the law without the president's political self-interests tainting its actions or dictating how it uses its authorities. But President Trump did find one candidate at justice who seemed willing to do anything to help him stay in power. Let's hear what President Trump's own lawyer, Eric Hirschman, had to say about Jeff Clark's plan to overturn the election. I'd like to advise viewers this video contains some strong language.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good fucking, excuse me, sorry, effing a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
So who's Jeff Clark? An environmental lawyer with no experience relevant to leading the entire Department of Justice. What was his only qualification? That he would do whatever the president wanted him to do, including overthrowing a free and a fair democratic election. President Trump's campaign to bend the Justice Department to his political will culminated in a showdown on January 3rd. Today, we will take you inside that early evening Oval Office meeting where top Justice Department officials met with the president. At stake, the leadership and integrity of the Department of Justice.
The meeting took about another 2.5 hours from the time I entered. It was entirely focused on whether there should be a DOJ leadership change. I was sitting directly in front of the president. Jeff Rosen was to my right, Jeff Clark was to my left. He looked at me and he underscored, well, the one thing we know is you're not going to do anything. You don't even agree that the concerns that are being presented are valid. And here's someone who has a different view. So well, why shouldn't I do that? You know, that's how the discussion proceeded.
Jeff Clark was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine.
What were Clark's purported bases for why it was in the president's interest for him to step in? What would he do? How would things change, according to Mr. Clark in the meeting?
He repeatedly said to the president that if he was put in the seat, he would conduct real investigations that would, in his view, uncover widespread fraud. He would send out the letter that he had drafted, and that this was a last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and that he could do it. And he had the intelligence and the will and the desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate.
And he was making a pitch, and every time he would get clobbered over the head, he would say, like a call to order, the president's your decision, you get the chance to make this decision, and you've heard everybody and you can make your determination. And then we jump back in and really clobber him.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. He's never been a criminal attorney. He's never conducted a criminal investigation in his life. He's never been in front of a grand jury, much less a trial jury. And he kind of retorted by saying, well, I've done a lot of very complicated appeals and civil litigation, environmental litigation, and things like that. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill. And Pat Cipollone weighed in at one point, I remember saying, that letter that this guy wants to send, that letter is a murder-suicide pact. It's going to damage everyone who touches it. And we should have nothing to do with that letter. I don't ever want to see that letter again. And so we went along those lines.
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, as the guy said at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answer tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do?
Well, we know these men before us did the right thing. But think about what happens if these justice officials make a different decision. What happens if they bow to the pressure? What would that do to us as a democracy, as a nation? Imagine a future where the president could screen applicants to the Justice Department with one question. Are you loyal to me or to the Constitution? And it wouldn't take long to find people willing to pledge their loyalty to the man. We know many of President Trump's vocal supporters on January 6th also wanted the Justice Department to do whatever he asked, as long as it meant he could stay in power. They made sure Justice Department officials heard his message as they protested loudly in front of the department on their way to the Capitol on January 6th.
Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job!
Live in D.C., we're marching to the Capitol. We are at the Department of Justice right now, telling these cowards to do their job. They're going to take the Capitol.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow Republicans. Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed. Now let's get this hearing underway so we can do our part to protect the freedoms that we often take for granted, so that we can see how close we came to losing it all. I now yield back to the chairman.
We're joined today by three distinguished witnesses who each served in the Trump administration in the months preceding January 6th. Mr. Jeffrey Rosen served at the Department of Justice from May 2019 until January 2021. With President Trump's nomination and the confirmation of the United States Senate, he became the United States Deputy Attorney General. In December 2020, he took the mantle of Acting Attorney General. Mr. Richard Donahue has served in the Department of Justice for over 14 years. Mr. Donahue was a United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, then became Mr. Rosen's Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and finally, Acting Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Donahue also served more than 20 years in the United States military, including the 82nd Airborne and the Judge Advocates General Corps. We're also joined by Mr. Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. He was nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate during the Trump administration. He served from November 2017 to January 2021 and has now returned to private practice. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you swear on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. All of you served at former President Trump's pleasure at the Department of Justice in top leadership positions with tremendous responsibilities. Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the Select Committee that before he left the department in December 2020, he told President Trump on at least 3 occasions there was no evidence of widespread election fraud that would have changed the results of the presidential election, and refuted numerous specific claims of election fraud the president was making. Mr. Rosen, after Mr. Barr announced his resignation, did Donald Trump continue to demand that the Department of Justice investigate his claims of election fraud?
Yes, he asserted that he thought the Justice Department had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over from Attorney General Barr until January 3rd, how often did President Trump contact you or the department to push allegations of election fraud?
So between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with one or two exceptions like Christmas Day. And before that, because I had been announced that I would become the acting attorney general before the date I actually did, the president had asked that Rich Donahue and I go over and meet with him, I believe on December 15th as well.
So after you had some of these meetings and conversations with the president, what things did the president raise with you?
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. One of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud. I will say that the Justice Department declined all of those requests that I was just referencing because we did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donahue, on December 15th, the day after Attorney General Barr announced his resignation, the president summoned you and Mr. Rosen to the White House. At this meeting with the president, what did he want to discuss?
There were a number of topics of discussion that day, Mr. Chairman. Much of the conversation focused on a report that had been recently released relating to Antrim County in Michigan. I believe on December 13th, an organization called the Allied Security Group issued a report that alleged that the Dominion voting machines in that county had a 68% error rate. The report was widely covered in the media. We were aware of it. We obtained a copy of it on the 14th of December, the day prior. We circulated to the U.S. attorneys in Michigan for their awareness. And we had a number of discussions internally, but the conversation with the president on that day, the 15th, was largely focused on that. And he was essentially saying, have you seen this report? He was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he in fact won the election, and the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. And he went on to other theories as well, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan, and the ASOG report.
Thank you. Mr. Engel, we know that Attorney General Barr announced on December 1st, 2020, that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of widespread fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election. So from December 1st, 2020 until today, as you sit here, have you ever doubted that top line conclusion?
No, I've never had any reason to doubt Attorney General Barr's conclusion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the weeks leading to January 6th, the Department of Justice was fielding almost daily requests from the president to investigate claims of election fraud. Each claim was refuted time and time again, an effort Attorney General Barr described as whack-a-mole. When each of the president's efforts failed, he resorted to installing a new attorney general to say the election was illegal and corrupt, simply so he could stay in power. President Trump started leaning on the Justice Department the first chance he got. On November 29th, his first television interview after the election.
Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President? You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they?
Missing in
Is
action.
the DOJ investigating?
Missing in action. Can't tell you where they are.
Republican congressmen echoed the president just 2 days later. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr laying into the Justice Department for a, quote, shocking lack of action in investigating the claims of election fraud. That same day, Attorney General Barr stated publicly that President Trump's claims had no merit. Ignoring the top law enforcement officer in the country, Republican congressmen amplified the stolen election message to the American public. Let's listen.
And so there's widespread evidence of fraud because people haven't done their jobs. Durham and Barr will deserve a big notation in history when it's written of the rise and fall of the United States if they don't clean up this mess, clean up the fraud, do your jobs, and save this little experiment in self-government.
Again, I join my colleagues in calling on Attorney General Barr to immediately let us know what he's doing.
We're already working on challenging the certified electors. And now what about the courts? How pathetic are the courts?
January 6th, I'm joining with the fighters in the Congress, and we are going to object to electors from states that didn't run clean elections. Democracy is left undefended if we accept the result of a stolen election without fighting with every bit of vigor we can muster.
The ultimate date of significance is January 6th. This is how the process works. The ultimate arbiter here, the ultimate check and balance is the United States Congress. And when something is done in an unconstitutional fashion, which happened in several of these states, we have a duty to step forward and have this debate and have this vote on the 6th of January.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Mr. Donahue, on December 27th, you had a 90-minute conversation with the president where he raised false claim after false claim with you and Mr. Rosen. How did you respond to what you called a, quote, stream of allegations?
The December 27th conversation was, in my mind, an escalation of the earlier conversations. As the former acting AG indicated, there were a lot of communications that preceded that. As we got later in the month of December, the president's entreaties became more urgent. He became more adamant that we weren't doing our job. We need to step up and do our job. And he had this arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. And so I felt in that conversation that was incumbent on me to make it very clear to the president what our investigations had revealed, and that we had concluded, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual reviews of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. And I wanted to try to cut through the noise, because it was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations. And I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. And so as he went through them in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former acting AG was a 2-hour conversation, as the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false. That is not true. And to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another.
Can you give me an example of one or two of those theories?
So one that was very clear at that point was the Antrim County, the ASOG report that I mentioned earlier. The Allied Security Operations Group released this report that said 68% error rate. There was, in fact, in Antrim County, a hand recount. Had nothing to do with the department. The department did not request that. That was pursuant to litigation brought by other parties, but there was a hand recount. So they were able to compare the hand recount to what the machines had reported. And for the ballots that were actually counted by the machine, more than 15,000, there was one error, one ballot. And I did a quick calculation and came up with 0.0063% error rate, which is well within tolerance. And so I made it very clear to the president, because he was so fixated on the ASOG report in the December 15th conversation, that in fact, our investigation revealed that the error rate was 0.0063%. So that, Mr. President's example of what people are telling you that is not true and that you cannot and should not be relying on. So that was one very explicit one, and I think you see that reflected in my notes. We went through a series of others. The truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, that was also incorrect. We did an investigation where the FBI interviewed witnesses at the front end and the back end of that trailer's transit from New York to Pennsylvania. We looked at loading manifests. We interviewed witnesses, including, of course, the driver, and we knew it wasn't true. Whether the driver believed it or not was never clear to me, but it was just not true. So that was another one that I tried to educate the president on. There were a series of others, mostly in swing states. Of course, he wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia, the State Farm Arena video, which he believed, for various reasons, was, as he said it, fraud staring you right in the face.
Were any of the allegations he brought up found credible? Did you find any of them credible?
No.
So during this conversation, did you take handwritten notes directly quoting the president?
I did, and to make it clear, Attorney General Rosen called me on my government cell phone, said he'd been on the phone with the president for some time. The president had a lot of these allegations. I was better versed in what the department had done just because I had closer contact with the investigations, and the AG asked me to get on the call. Of course, I agreed. And I began taking notes only because at the outset, the president made an allegation I had not heard. I'd heard many of these things. I knew many of them were investigated. But when the president, at least when I came to the conversation, when he began speaking, he brought up an allegation I was completely unaware of. And of course, that concerned us. So I simply reached out and grabbed a notepad off my wife's nightstand and a pen, and I started jotting it down. That had to do with an allegation that more than 200,000 votes were certified in the state of Pennsylvania that were not actually cast. Sometimes the president would say it was 205, sometimes he would say it was 250, but I'd not heard this before, and I want to get the allegation down clearly so that we can look into it if appropriate, and that's why I started taking those notes, and then as the conversation continued, I just continued to take the notes.
Let's take a look at the notes, if we could right now. As we can see on the screen, you actually quote President Trump asking, "Where's DOJ?" just like we heard him say in his first television interview. How did you respond to that?
So both the acting AG and I tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. States run their elections. We are not quality control for the states. We are obviously interested in and have a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections. We also have related civil rights responsibilities. So we do have an important role. But the bottom line was, if a state ran their election in such a way that it was defective, that is to the state or Congress to correct. It is not for the Justice Department to step in. And I certainly understood the president as a layman, not understanding why the Justice Department didn't have at least a civil role to step in and bring suit on behalf of the American people. We tried to explain that to him. The American people do not constitute the client for the United States Justice Department. The one and only client of the United States Justice Department is the United States government. And the United States government does not have standing, as we were repeatedly told by our internal teams, OLC led by Steve Engel, as well as the Office of the Solicitor General, researched it and gave us thorough, clear opinions that we simply did not have standing. And we tried to explain that to the president on numerous occasions.
Let's take a look at another one of your notes. You also noted that Mr. Rosen said to Mr. Trump, quote, DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. How did the president respond to that, sir?
He responded very quickly and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
So let's now put up the notes where you quote the president. As you're speaking to that, he said, the president said, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. So, Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president, yes.
The next note shows that even that the president kept pressing, even though he'd been told that there was no evidence of fraud, the president keeps saying that the department was, quote, obligated to tell people that this was an illegal, corrupt election.
That's also an exact quote from the president, yes.
Let me just be clear. Did the department find any evidence to conclude that there was anything illegal or corrupt about the 2020 election?
There were isolated instances of fraud. None of them came close to calling into question the outcome of the election in any individual state.
And how would you describe the president's demeanor during that call?
He was more agitated than he was on December 15th. The president throughout all of these meetings and telephone conversations was adamant that he had won and that we were not doing our job. But it did escalate over time until ultimately the meeting on January 3rd, which was sort of the most extreme of the meetings and conversations.
So I want to make sure we don't gloss this over. Just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to us. The president wanted the top Justice Department officials to declare that the election was corrupt, even though, as he knew, there was absolutely no evidence to support that statement. The president didn't care about actually investigating the facts. He just wanted the Department of Justice to put its stamp of approval on the lies. Who was going to help him? Well, Jeff Clark. Mr. Rosen, on Christmas Eve, your first official day as the acting attorney general, President Trump called you. What did he want to talk about?
The same things he was talking about publicly. He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case. So we had an extended discussion, probably 15, maybe 20 minutes, something like that. With him urging that the Department of Justice should be doing more with regard to election fraud.
Did he mention Jeff Clark's name?
Yes. It was just in passing. He made what I regarded as a peculiar reference. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, did I know Jeff Clark, or did I know who he was, or something like that. And I told him I did. And then the conversation just moved on. But when I hung up, I was quizzical as to how does the president even know Mr. Clark? I was not aware that they had ever met or that the president had been involved with any of the issues in the civil division.
So it was a bit of a surprise when he brought his name up?
Yes.
So Mr. Clark was the acting head of the civil division and head of environmental and natural resources division at the Department of Justice. Do either of those divisions have any role whatsoever in investigating election fraud, sir?
No. And to my awareness, Jeff Clark had no prior involvement of any kind with regard to the work that the department was doing that Attorney General Barr has talked about to this committee.
So let's take a minute and explain why the president mentioned Jeff Clark's name to Mr. Rosen here on Christmas Eve. On December 21st, some Republican members of Congress met with President Trump in the White House to talk about overturning the 2020 election. Let's hear Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about how this meeting got set up.
I was the only new member at the meeting. I called President Trump on Saturday and said, we've got to have a meeting. There's many of us that feel like this election has been stolen.
So on the screen, you'll see that President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, tweeted about that meeting right after it happened. He said, quote, several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day he met with these Republican members of Congress, President Trump called into a conservative political convention, and he used the opportunity to pressure the Department of Justice to investigate his bogus claims.
The problem is we need a party that's going to fight, and we have some great congressmen and women that are doing it, and we have others, some great fighters, but we won this in a landslide. They know it, and we need backing from like the Justice Department, and other people have to finally step up.
The Select Committee obtained records from the National Archives that show that Scott Perry was one of the congressmen who joined that meeting. We learned from White House records that you'll now see on the screen that the very next day, Representative Perry returned to the White House. This time he brought a Justice Department official named Jeffrey Clark. Representative Perry provided the following statement to his local TV affiliate. He said, quote, throughout the past 4 years, I've worked with Assistant Attorney General Clark on various legislative matters. When President Trump asked if I would make an introduction, I obliged. But why Jeff Clark? Let's hear Mr. Giuliani explain the kind of person that he and the president wanted at the top of justice.
Remember ever recommending to anybody that Mr. Clark, meaning Jeffrey Clark at DOJ, be given election-related responsibilities?
You mean beyond the president?
Correct.
Well, beyond the president, I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Because Justice Department was filled with people like that.
Should put somebody that's not frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Mr. Donahue, when you told the president that you wouldn't pursue baseless claims of fraud, was it because you were worried about your reputation?
No, not at all.
Mr. Clark's name was also mentioned in the White House in late December and early January as described by a top aide to Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson.
Was it your understanding that Representative Perry was pushing for a specific person to take over the department?
He wanted Mr. Jeff Clark to take over the Department of Justice.
Mr. Rosen, after your call with President Trump on December 24th, you spoke with Mr. Clark on December 26th about his contact with the president. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes. Because I had been quizzical about why his name had come up, I called him and I tried to explore if he would share if there was something I ought to know. And after some back and forth, he acknowledged that shortly before Christmas, he had gone to a meeting in the Oval Office with the president. That, of course, surprised me. And I asked him, how did that happen? And he was defensive. He said it had been unplanned, that he had been talking to someone he referred to as General Perry, but I believe is Congressman Perry. And that unbeknownst to him, he was asked to go to a meeting and he didn't know it, but it turned out it was at the Oval. He found himself at the Oval Office and he was apologetic for that. And I said, well, you didn't tell me about it. It wasn't authorized and you didn't even tell me after the fact. You know, this is not appropriate. But he was contrite and said it had been inadvertent and it would not happen again. And that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me.
Is there a policy that governs who can have contact directly with the White House?
Yes. So across many administrations for a long period of time, there's a policy that, particularly with regard to criminal investigations, restricts at both the White House end and the Justice Department end those more sensitive issues to the highest ranks. So for criminal matters, the policy for a long time has been that only the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General from the DOJ side can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General can authorize someone for a specific item with their permission, but the idea is to make sure that the top rung of the Justice Department knows about it and is in the thing to control it and make sure only appropriate things are done.
Mr. Ringo, from your perspective, why is it important to have a policy like Mr. Rosen just discussed?
Well, it's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. And so people can get in trouble if people at the White House are speaking with people at the department. And that's why the purpose of these policies is to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest levels as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies.
Thank you. So the Select Committee conducted an informal interview with the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, and his deputy, Pat Philbin, about their contact with Mr. Clark, though neither has yet agreed to sit for transcribed and videotaped interviews. But Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee that he intervened when he heard Mr. Clark was meeting with the president about legal matters without his knowledge, which was strictly against White House policy. Mr. Cipollone and Mr. Philbin, like Mr. Rosen, told Mr. Clark to stand down, and he didn't. On the same day, Acting Attorney General Rosen told Mr. Clark to stop talking to the White House. Representative Perry was urging Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to elevate Clark within the Department of Justice. You can now see on the screen behind me a series of texts between Representative Perry and Mr. Meadows. They show that Representative Perry requested that Mr. Clark be elevated within the department. Representative Perry tells Mr. Meadows on December 26th that, quote, "Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to January 6th and 25 days to inauguration. We've got to get going." Representative Perry followed up and says, quote, "Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him, and he explained to me why the principal deputy won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done." Mr. Meadows responds with, "I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position." Representative Perry then texts, "Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark?" Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call. Congressman Perry told me that he was calling at the behest of the president.
What did he want to talk about?
If you want to talk about Pennsylvania in particular, he gave me some background about, why he in particular doesn't trust the FBI and why the American people don't necessarily trust the FBI. And then he went into some allegations specific to Pennsylvania, which included, amongst others, this allegation that the Secretary of State had certified more votes than were actually cast.
Did you direct the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate that claim?
So Mr. Perry said that he had a great deal of information, that investigations had been done, that there was some sort of forensic type report that would be helpful to me. And I didn't know Congressman Perry. I'd never heard of him before this conversation, but I said, "Sir, if you've got something that you think is relevant to what the Justice Department's mission is, you should feel free to send it to me." And he did. And I was en route from New York to Washington. I got it. I looked at it on my iPhone. Obviously, I couldn't read the whole thing in transit like that, but I looked at it to get a feel for what it was, and then I forwarded it to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania.
Did they get back to you? What did they conclude?
Scott Brady looked at, he was the Western District of Pennsylvania U.S. Attorney. Took him a couple days, but he got back in relatively short order with a pretty clear explanation for why there was no foundation for concern. The Secretary of State had not certified more votes than were actually cast. The difference between the 5.25 that was actually certified by the Secretary of State and the 5 million that was on a public-facing website was that the information on the website was incomplete because 4 counties had not uploaded their data.
So no credibility to that.
There was
claim.
0 to that, right?
During that call, did Scott Perry mention Mr. Clark, and what did he say about him, if so?
He did. He mentioned Mr. Clark. He said something to the effect of, I think Jeff Clark is great, and I think he's the kind of guy who could get in there and do something about this stuff. And this was coming on the heels of the president having mentioned Mr. Clark in the afternoon call earlier that day.
I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we discussed earlier, at the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter. Mr. Donahue, on December 28th, Mr. Clark emailed you and Mr. Rosen a draft letter that he wanted you to sign and send to Georgia state officials. You testified that this could have, quote, grave constitutional consequences. Mr. Donahue, can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, I had to read both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing because it was so extreme to me. I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it and I did understand it for what he intended. And I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. I actually initially went next door to the acting AG's office, but he was not there. We were both on that email. I knew we would both have probably a very similar reaction to it. He was not in his office, so I returned to my office and I sat down to draft a response because I thought it was very important to give a prompt response rejecting this out of hand. There were, in my response, I explained a number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
And what was Mr. Clark's reaction when you sent this email to him?
He didn't respond directly to the email, but we met shortly after that. After I sent the email, the acting AG returned. I went to his office. He had just read it. He had a very similar reaction to me. He was exasperated, and he told me that he had told one of his administrative assistants to get Jeff Clark up here. We want to talk to him face-to-face about this. And so the three of us then had a meeting probably around 1800 that night in the Deputy Attorney General's conference room.
And one of the things that you said to Mr. Clark is, quote, what you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election. And I assume you conveyed that to him as well in your meeting that evening?
Yes, in those very words. It was a very contentious meeting, but yes, that was said amongst other things.
And despite this contentious meeting and your strong reaction to the letter, did Mr. Clark continue to push his concept in the coming days?
He did, yes. We had subsequent meetings and conversations. The acting AG probably had more contact with him than I did. But between the 28th and the 2nd, when we had another in-person meeting, he clearly continued to move down this path. He began calling witnesses and apparently conducting investigations of his own. He got a briefing from DNI about purported foreign intelligence interference. And we thought perhaps once it was explained to him that there was no basis for that part of his concern, that he would retreat. But instead he doubled down and said, well, okay, so there's no foreign interference. I still think there are enough allegations out there that we should go ahead and send this letter, which shocked me even more than the initial one, because you would think after a couple of days of looking at this, he, like we, would have come to the same conclusion that it was completely unfounded.
And when you learned that he had been calling witnesses and conducting investigations on his own, did you confront him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
Got very defensive. You know, as I said, there were a series of conversations through that week. I certainly remember very specifically the conversation in the meeting on January 2nd. That got even more confrontational, but he was defensive and, you know, similar to his earlier reaction when I said this is nothing less than Justice Department meddling in an election. His reaction was, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. And so he kind of clung to that and then spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters.
The committee has also learned that Mr. Clark was working with another attorney at the department named Ken Klukowski, who drafted this letter to Georgia with Mr. Clark. Mr. Klukowski had arrived at the department on December 15th with just 36 days left until the inauguration. He was specifically assigned to work under Jeff Clark. And Mr. Klukowski also worked with Jon Eastman, who we showed you at our hearing last week was one of the primary architects of President Trump's scheme to overturn the election. The Georgia letter that we've been discussing specifically talks about some of Dr. Eastman's theories, including, quote, the purpose of the special session the department recommends would be for the General Assembly to determine whether the election failed to make a proper and valid choice between the candidates, such that the General Assembly could take whatever action is necessary to ensure that one of the slates of electors cast on December 14th will be accepted by Congress on January 6th. Committees also learned that the relationship between Dr. Eastman and Mr. Klukowski persisted after Mr. Klukowski joined the Justice Department. Let's take a look at an email recommending that Mr. Klukowski and Dr. Eastman brief Vice President Pence and his staff. Other recipients of this email included the Chief of Staff to Congressman Louis Gohmert. And the email says, as stated last week, I believe the Vice President and his staff would benefit greatly from a briefing by John and Ken. As I also mentioned, we want to make sure we don't overexpose Ken given his new position. This email suggests that Mr. Klukowski was simultaneously working with Jeffrey Clark to draft the proposed letter to Georgia officials to overturn their certified election and working with Dr. Eastman to help pressure the Vice President to overturn the election. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for answering our questions about this letter and other issues. We asked Mr. Clark some of the same questions that we've asked you, and here's how he answered.
Did you discuss this draft letter to Georgia officials with the President of the United States?
Fifth, and executive privilege, again, just restated for the abundance of caution.
Okay, if you look again at the draft letter in the first paragraph, second sentence says, the department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Isn't that in fact contrary to what Attorney General Barr had said on December 1st, 2020?
Fifth.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, that was some pretty dramatic testimony, I would say. Chip Franklin here with you, along with Brooklyn Dad. Renato Mariotti will be with us in a second. Jon Austin's going to join us. And I even think that just a couple minutes we'll have Brian Karem back. Boy, just how big is the stain in Jeffrey Clark's pants right now? Did you see that they had him out front? And by the way, let me introduce everybody and tell you what we're doing here. Brooklyn Dad and I are hosting this live coverage and commentary of the January 6th hearings. And we're very fortunate to be joined by some really smart people. Jon Austin is a Politico former press secretary to Senator Tom Eagleton, and also has his own crisis communications company called Jon Austin and Associates. Brooklyn Dad, of course, you all know him, influencer and broadcaster. Myself, I'm, blah, 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 same old shit. And then also we'll be joined in a minute by former federal prosecutor Renato Mariotti. So, John and Brooklyn, what was your takeaway from what we saw? John, you got to stop sniffling, dude, or turn your mic down. Anyway.
Long COVID, baby.
Yeah, I get. Oh, you do? Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea.
The testimony this morning is a little more of the same. Kinzinger was, of course, spot dead on, and he seems like a prosecutor, doesn't he? What was your takeaway from what you heard? Let's start with you, John.
Again, the real takeaway from these hearings has been the connective tissue, right? Where they're drawing links between things that on the surface look like they're unconnected and kind of random. When you start getting into this, there is a connection, right? There's more than just people showing up thinking I'm going to do this and then people doing that. There's a connective tissue there, and I thought it was really interesting. If you just saw toward the end of that testimony, there was an exchange where the congressman from Pennsylvania.
Well, it is Friday night.
Hello. Oh, there we go.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Scott Perry, texts Mark Meadows and says, I just sent you something on Signal, right? And I hope everybody picked up on that, because that it doesn't just imply it documents. There's a whole nother communication channel happening even beneath this that may be even more connected. So I think this is a really interesting first segment.
Renato, we were just asking for some of the thank you for coming back and being with us. Appreciate it.
Sure.
The observations, again, these were three very sober looking gentlemen speaking to the undue influence put on them by the president and on down the line. It kind of gives also a little bit credence, I guess, to Comey's notes too, that he took in his early meetings with President Trump before he was fired. What was your takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, obviously what Trump did was an enormous abuse of power. And I don't think anyone needs an explanation of that, right? When you're telling the Justice Department, just say the election's corrupt and leave the rest to me, is really something, right? One thing I will say though, and I guess maybe I come at it a little differently than most people. To me, we already knew that this guy was corrupt before this. We knew he was abusing his power before this. We knew he was misusing the Justice Department, misusing the FBI before this. He was constantly putting pressure on the DOJ. He tried to fire Mueller, for Christ's sake. And no one cared, right? The Republicans
did fire Mueller.
Yeah, right. Well, Republicans, yeah, that's right. And was stymied by his own people, right? Didn't follow his own orders. And the Republicans didn't care. They voted to keep him in office. And I got to say, I respect the three people there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they voted for Trump again, right? And that's what blows my mind about all of this, because, from my perspective as a person who spent years at the Justice Department, when people ask me, well, what caused you to go from being a boring lawyer / former prosecutor to being somebody who's like out tweeting and going indivisible or things and marching all the time, it's because I was concerned about the rule of law in this country and the abuse of the Justice Department turning into a political tool. And I have to say, I'm still concerned about it. I'm glad that we're bringing it to light here, but I don't think the danger's changed.
Well, John and Brooklyn and Renato, you guys remember, of course, during the impeachment of Bill Clinton, how his numbers went up with women in the polls, and how the Democrats rallied around him, although it was clear that he had lied in a deposition to a federal judge, and definitely whether or not he deserved to be convicted, he definitely deserved to be impeached, and yet the Democrats didn't really turn on him. The Democrats, again, I'm not going to compare Bill Clinton to Donald Trump, but we're talking crimes, right? I mean, not crimes against the country, not a coup, not insurrection, but as a prosecutor, right? You're supposed to look at these without prejudice. Did somebody do something or not? And, again, you do have, if I understand it correctly, I'm not an attorney, but as a prosecutor, you have some discretion as to whether to file charges, not just whether or not you'll win, but whether or not, right, you do have some discretion.
Sure.
Is as part of this trying to show the American public that there's just too much evidence that discretion cannot be used in this particular moment? There is a momentum and an abundance of evidence that have to be followed through to the end.
I think that the methodical approach that the January 6th committee is using in laying out its case is brilliant. I think they're making it obvious.
Can I interrupt you though? When you say
Obvious.
Democrats, it's Republicans that are making the strongest case here, if you ask me.
This is true, but I mean, overall, this committee is making it abundantly obvious that there is only one course of action, and that is to indict this former president. There's an overabundance of evidence. The only way you don't see the evidence is if you're not watching. That's it.
John, is the reason we're not hearing from Schiff is exactly what Brooklyn is saying, because the Republicans are doing such a good job of presenting it. We're trying to get away from the appearance of partisan prosecution.
Yeah, I think they're clearly trying to do that, but also, they're trying to reach the people who most need to be reached on this, right? I mean, I kind of suspect everybody who's tuned into us today, we all agree on what's gone on here and what needs to be done about it. But the 42% of the public who would still perhaps vote for this guy, they need to hear from him. And they need to hear from him, not from Democrats, because a lot of them have pigeonholed us as, shrill, big governments, woke, folks who are just going to lecture to them and take away their guns, their cars, and their beef. They need to hear it from Republicans. They need to hear it from, a woman whose last name, Liz Cheney, her last name is synonymous with Republican politics for the last 50 years. Judge Luttig, like we were saying before the hearing started, there's no more conservative icon than Michael Luttig in terms of intellectual thought, right? And so same thing I think follows through on the committee. Let Congresswoman Cheney, let Congressman Kinzinger take the lead whenever possible to make this case. Bring in Republicans, not just Republicans who are oppositional to Trump, but these are true believers. These are people who signed up, and it's not just the names that everybody knows. I mean, everybody knows Bill Barr, but you listen to Mark Meadows' aide, the woman who, she's in the White House because she believes, right? And she's there. Hopefully some of that's cutting through and it's making an impact with not all of them, but we don't need all of them. We just need a third of them.
This, one of our listeners pretty much, I think, represents what a lot of people are feeling right now is, if there's not a conviction and somebody doesn't go to jail, then we failed. But I look back to 2008 and what happened with, $1 trillion disappeared, jobs, millions of jobs disappeared, and one person was arrested. And it wasn't a bank employee or an AIG employee. It was just some idiot trader. I wonder, trader, EDER. Okay, be careful these days. That's a homonym. You gotta be careful. I watched this, and my wife, and I'm watching it with my wife, and I've never seen a person. She's John and I met John the night I met my wife 40 years ago. And, we grew up in DC. We grew up in a political environment, but this is not that. This is different than anything I've ever experienced. I just don't know where it's going to go. Renato, as a prosecutor, you know what you need, but you also have to convince 12 unique individuals. If you had this case, what would you focus on?
Great question. And so I would focus on a couple things. I would focus on the crooked lawyers. When I say the crooked lawyers, I'm referring to Giuliani, Eastman, Jenna Ellis, who we seem to forget, Sidney Powell, and then this bozo, Jeffrey Clark. And I think bozo is the right word for that guy. That whole crew really left themselves hanging out there. So, people there's a lot of times people hand-wring about all lawyers are so cautious. They're usually cautious for a reason, and they're careful for a reason. And these folks were not careful. They were telling lies. They were trying to get other people to tell lies, and they really left themselves out there. They're the weak link, in my opinion. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second of all, I would focus on false statements to the United States government. And the reason why is that that's the sort of thing that the Justice Department prosecutes all the time, that people are convicted for doing all the time. So if you lie to the FBI, it's a crime, right? We've seen people, Michael Flynn and Papadopoulos, lots of people go to prison for that, okay? Rod Blagojevich, there's lots of people go to prison for doing that. Those fake elector documents, they contain falsehoods in them. That's a lie that's being transmitted to the United States government. Similarly, this letter, similar sort of thing.
I think we're coming back. We will join again, everybody that can be here. And plus, we hope you guys do join as well right after right after it convenes. But we're going to rejoin them coming right up. Thank you again for everybody being here, and for Brooklyn and Renata and John and Brian will be back too. Thanks, guys.
The committee will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, around the time Mr. Clark was pushing for the department to send the Georgia letter, the president and his supporters were pressuring the Justice Department to take other actions to change the outcome of the 2020 election. Mr. Engel, you were the head of the Office of Legal Counsel. Can you first off explain your role? What is that?
Sure. One of the Attorney General's most important responsibilities is to provide legal advice to the president and to the executive branch. As a practical matter, given the responsibilities of the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel exercises that job on a day-to-day basis. And so in addition, the head of OLC often functions as a general counsel, essentially to the Attorney General, and so is often, the chief legal advisor to the AG, as well as, the White House and the executive branch more broadly.
So given that role, can you kind of describe your relationship with the president?
Well, in connection with my role at OLC, over the course of my tenure there were a number of instances in which folks at the White House would seek to bring me in to provide legal advice to the president, sometimes discussing the legal options that could be pursued among various policy to reach various policy objectives, sometimes to advise the president that a course of action that they had been discussing was not legally available.
So I want to ask you about two things the president asked you and the department to do. The first is reflected in this email that we're going to put on the screen. The president sent a draft lawsuit to be filed by the department in the Supreme Court. He wanted you, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Cipollone specifically to review it. You and the department opposed filing it. We see on the screen here that the talking points that you actually drafted on that. So you stated that there is no legal basis to bring this lawsuit. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the law, much less the Supreme Court. Why was this the department's position?
Well, I mean, I think that it was the memo sort of speaks to this, but essentially this was a draft lawsuit that apparently was prepared by people outside the department. It would be styled as brought by the United States and by the acting Solicitor General as an original jurisdiction matter in the Supreme Court. It was a meritless lawsuit that was not something that the department could or would bring. Somebody obviously prepared it, handed it to the president, and he forwarded it on for our review. But that memo explains why the Department of Justice, as Mr. Donahue said earlier, doesn't have any standing to bring such a lawsuit. The lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They'd cast their votes. They'd been sent to Washington, D.C. neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th or whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially the election had happened. The only thing that hadn't happened was the formal counting of the votes. And so obviously, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand, in my view, the law and or how the Supreme Court works or the Department of Justice. So it was just not something we were going to do. And the acting attorney general asked me to prepare a memo with talking points so that he could explain our reasons when he spoke with the president about this.
So would you say it was an unusual request?
It was certainly you said the request that the department file a lawsuit from drafted by outside lawyers was certainly an unusual request.
There was another issue you were asked to look into. In mid-December, did the White House ask Attorney General Barr to consider whether a special counsel could be appointed to look into election fraud issues?
Yes. I think the president was probably vocal at the time that he believed that special counsel was something that should be considered to look into election fraud. And there is a specific, request where the Attorney General sought my legal advice in the middle of December.
And what was your conclusion? What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the Attorney General could appoint as a special counsel a state attorney general to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the Attorney General actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, and not uncommonly, obviously, a state attorney general exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at the issue, what we saw is actually that the state law, the state was Louisiana, that the state law precluded the Louisiana Attorney General from accepting any position, any official position on behalf of the United States government. So that answered the question that it was not legally available.
So during your time at the department, was there ever any basis to appoint a special counsel to investigate President Trump's election fraud claims?
Well, neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen did appoint a special counsel. You would appoint a special counsel when the department, when there's a basis for an investigation and the department essentially has a conflict of interest. It's important to get someone who's independent outside the department to handle such an investigation. Neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen ever believed that that was appropriate or necessary in this case.
In fact, Attorney General Barr had already told the president that there was no need for this special counsel. He actually stated that publicly, and we'll see that here in a video from December 21st.
To the extent that there's an investigation, I think that it's being handled responsibly and professionally currently within the department. And to this point, I have not seen a reason to appoint a special counsel, and I have no plan to do so before I leave.
So remember that December 21st was the same day President Trump met with Republican members at the White House to strategize about how to overturn the election, while his attorney general is out telling the public, again, that there was no widespread evidence of election fraud. And yet, 2 days later, we have President Trump tweeting, again publicly pressuring the department to appoint a special counsel. He said, quote, "After seeing the massive voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, I disagree with anyone that thinks a strong, fast, and fair special counsel is not needed immediately. This was the most corrupt election in the history of our country, and it must be closely examined." The Select Committee's investigation revealed that President Trump went as far as to promise the job of special counsel to now discredited former Trump campaign lawyer Sidney Powell at a late night meeting on December 18th.
I know on Friday he had asked me to be special counsel to address the election issues and to collect evidence, and he was extremely frustrated with the lack of, I would call it, law enforcement by any of the government agencies that are supposed to act to protect the rule of law in our republic.
So let's think here, what would a special counsel do? With only days to go until election certification, it wasn't to investigate anything. An investigation led by a special counsel would just create an illusion of legitimacy and provide fake cover for those who would want to object, including those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. All of President Trump's plans for the Justice Department were being rebuffed by Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Engel, and others. The president became desperate entering into the new year with January 6th fast approaching. President Trump rushed back early from Mar-a-Lago on December 31st and called an emergency meeting with the department's leadership. Here's Mr. Donahue describing the last-minute meeting held at the White House on New Year's Eve.
The president was a little more agitated than he had been on the meeting, in the meeting on the 15th. He discussed a variety of election matters. He did say, this sounds like the kind of thing that would warrant appointment of a special counsel. There was a point at which the president said something about, why don't you guys seize machines?
Mr. Rosen, the president asked you to seize voting machines from state governments. What was your response to that request?
That we had seen nothing improper with regard to the voting machines, and I told them that the real experts at that had been at DHS, and they had briefed us that they had looked at it and that there was nothing wrong with the voting machines, and so that was not something that was appropriate to do.
There would be no factual basis to seize machines. Mr. Donahue,
I don't think there was legal authority either.
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, can you explain what the president did after he was told that the Justice Department would not seize voting machines?
The president was very agitated by the acting attorney general's response. And to the extent that machines and the technology was being discussed, the acting attorney general said that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has expertise in machines and certifying them and making sure that the states are operating them properly. And since DHS had been mentioned, the president yelled out to his secretary, get Ken Cuccinelli on the phone. And she did in very short order. Mr. Cuccinelli was on the phone. He was the number 2 at DHS at the time. I was on the speakerphone, and the president essentially said, Ken, I'm sitting here with the acting attorney general. He just told me it's your job to seize machines, and you're not doing your job. And Mr. Cuccinelli responded.
Mr. Rosa, did you ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you and Mr. Rosen because you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting, the president, again, was getting very agitated, and he said, people tell me I should just get rid of both of you. I should just remove you and make a change in the leadership, put Jeff Clark in, maybe something will finally get done. And I responded, as I think I had earlier in the December 27th call, Mr. President, you should have the leadership that you want, but understand, the United States Justice Department functions on facts, evidence, and law, and those are not going to change. So you can have whatever leadership you want, but the department's position is not going to change.
The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, was also present. Do you remember what his position was?
Pat was very supportive. Pat Cipollone, throughout these conversations, was extremely supportive of the Justice Department. He was consistent. I think he had an impossible job at that point, but he did it well, and he always sided with the Justice Department in these discussions.
So let's pause for a second. It's New Year's Eve. President Trump is talking about seizing voting machines and making the same demands that had already been shot down by former Attorney General Barr on at least 3 occasions, and by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue on multiple other occasions. Claim after claim knocked down, but the president didn't care. The next day, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a flurry of emails to you, Mr. Rosen, asking that the department look into a new set of allegations. We're going to put those emails here on the screen. Here we see 3 requests made on January 1st. One email is a request from Mr. Meadows to you, Mr. Rosen, to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you do with this request?
Well, really nothing. Certainly didn't send Mr. Clark to Fulton County, but that email was the first corroboration I had seen of Mr. Clark had told me at that point that the president was considering making the change by Monday, January 4th. So Mr. Meadows' email was something of a corroboration that there were discussions going on that I had been not been informed about by Mr. Clark or anybody else.
Interesting. The second request that you have is to have the Department of Justice lawyers investigate allegations of fraud related to New Mexico. Mr. Rosen, did you have concern about these emails?
Yes, really two concerns about that one. One was that it was coming from a campaign or political party, and it was really not our role to function as you know, an arm of any campaign for any party or any campaign. That wasn't our role, and that's part of why I had been unwilling to meet with Mr. Giuliani or any of the campaign people before. And the other part was, it was another one of these ones where lots of work had already been done, and I thought it was a rehash of things that had been debunked previously.
So the final email here included a completely baseless conspiracy theory that an Italian defense contractor uploaded software to a satellite that switched votes from Trump to Biden. The Select Committee investigation found that this wild, baseless conspiracy theory made it from the recesses of the internet to the highest echelons of our government. On December 31st, Mr. Meadows received this internet conspiracy theory from Representative Perry. On the screen now is the text that Representative Perry sent to Mr. Meadows, copying a YouTube link with the message, quote, "Why can't we just work with the Italian government?" The next day, the president's chief of staff sent the YouTube link to Mr. Rosen, who forwarded it to Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, did you watch this video?
I did, Congressman.
How long was the video?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Let's just take a look at an excerpt of that video, if we may.
What's being said out of Rome, out of Italy, is that this was done in the U.S. Embassy. That there was a certain State Department guy whose name I don't know yet. I guess this is probably going to come out in Italy at some point. And he was the mastermind, not the mastermind, but anyway, the guy running the operation of changing the votes. And that he was doing this in conjunction with some support from MI6, the CIA, and this Leonardo group.
Mr. Donahue, what was your reaction when you watched that entire 20-minute video?
I emailed the acting attorney general and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
Mr. Rosen, you were asked by Mr. Meadows to meet with Mr. Johnson, who is the person in that video. What was your reaction to that request?
So ordinarily, I'd get an email like this and there was no phone call. It would just, come over the transom. But this one, he called me, Mr. Meadows, and asked me to meet with Mr. Johnson. And I told him this whole thing about Italy had been debunked, and that should be the end of that. And I certainly wasn't going to meet with this person. And he initially seemed to accept that. He said, well, why won't you meet with him? I said, because if he has real evidence, which this video doesn't show, he can walk into an FBI field office anywhere in the United States. There's 55 of them. And he said, okay. But then he called me back a few minutes later and complained and said, I didn't tell you, but this fellow Johnson is working with Rudy Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani is really offended that you think they have to go to a FBI field office. That's insulting. So couldn't you just have the FBI or you meet with these guys? And by then I was somewhat agitated and told them that there was no way on earth that I was going to do that. I wasn't going to meet with Mr. Johnson. I certainly wasn't going to meet with Mr. Giuliani. I'd made that clear repeatedly, and so that's the end of that. Don't raise this with me again. And so because Mr. Donahue and I had been exchanging our views about this, I think it was 7:13 on a Friday night of New Year's Day. I had run out of patience, and I sent the email that you're talking about, where I made pretty clear that I had no interest in doing anything further with this.
Just to button this up, Mr. Donahue, did you receive a follow-up call from a Department of Defense official about this conspiracy?
I did. I believe it was that same day.
Can you give details on that at all?
I received a telephone call from Kash Patel, who I know was a DOD official at that time, worked for, I believe, Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, and he didn't know much about it. He basically said, do you know anything about this Italy thing and what this is all about? And I informed him that the Chief of Staff had raised the issue with us in his office on December 29th, that we had looked into it a little bit. We had run the name that was provided to us by the Chief of Staff. I learned that that individual was in custody in Italy. He had been arrested for a cyber offense of some sort in Italy. The allegation was that he had been exfiltrating data from his company. He was either an employee or a contractor of that company, and he was in custody. That the whole thing was very, very murky at best, and the video was absurd. But that we, the department, were not going to have anything to do with it, and DOD should make up its own mind as to what they're going to do. But I made it clear to him that I didn't think it was anything worth pursuing.
She called the video absurd, and despite the absurdity of that conspiracy theory, we learned that Mr. Meadows discussed it frequently in the White House. And Mr. Meadows didn't let the matter go. The request went from the Department of Justice to the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller. As you'll hear, Secretary Miller actually reached out to a high-ranking official based in Italy to follow up on this claim.
The ask for him was, can you call out the defense attaché Rome and find out what the heck's going on? Because I'm getting all these weird, crazy reports, and probably the guy on the ground knows more than anything.
The Select Committee confirmed that a call was actually placed by Secretary Miller to the attaché in Italy to investigate the claim that Italian satellites were switching votes from Trump to Biden. This is one of the best examples of the lengths to which the President Trump would go to stay in power, scouring the internet to support his conspiracy theories shown here, as he told Mr. Donahue in that December 27th call, quote, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." President Trump's efforts to this point had failed. Stonewalled by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue, President Trump had only one option. He needed to make Clark acting Attorney General. Mr. Rosen, during a January 2nd meeting with Mr. Clark, did you confront him again about his contact with the president? And if so, can you describe that?
So at this point, Mr. Clark had told us that the president had asked him to consider whether he would be willing to replace me, and supposedly on a timetable by Monday, the 4th. And so I had told Mr. Clark I thought he was making a colossal error in judgment, but I also hoped to persuade him to be more rational and to understood what we had understood, that there's not a factual basis for the fraud assertions that are being made. So at this meeting, Mr. Donahue and I met with Mr. Clark, and I guess my hopes were disappointed in that Mr. Clark continued to express view that he thought there was fraud, even though he had not been a participant in the department's review of that, and that he was dissatisfied that we knew what we were doing. So, but he had acknowledged that he had had further, I don't know if it was meeting or phone calls or what, but further discussion with the president, despite having, a week earlier said that if he wouldn't do that, and if he did, if he got an invitation to do that, he would let Rich Donahue or me know. So it was a contentious meeting where we were chastising him that he was insubordinate, he was out of line, he had not honored his own representations of what he would do. And he raised again that he thought that letter should go out, and we were not receptive to that.
Did he tell you in that the president had offered him the job of acting Attorney General?
That was a day later. On the 2nd, he said that the president had asked him to let him know if he'd be willing to take it. Subsequently, he told me that on Sunday the 3rd, he told me that the timeline had moved up and that the president had offered him the job and that he was accepting it.
Well, let's ask about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, on the one hand, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly. With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. And he was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone, because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. I told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting, did Mr. Clark ask you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Did Mr. Clark, so you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No, as the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th. So I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the acting attorney general and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the president did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as attorney general, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is, if you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the president made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible. I'd like to look at the assistant attorney generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every assistant attorney general you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Macon Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call, and all without hesitation said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found that while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the president were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting attorney general. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later, DOJ leadership arrived at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipollone told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting, and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you describe how that meeting started?
Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipollone did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries, the president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law. And that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country. And therefore, I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain what led to him coming in the room?
Oh, I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think because he was underdressed, we had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there that did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in and then we told the president, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, that Mr. Donahue was outside and he said, "We'll bring him in." And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs. I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did. So I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign.
Great.
Because
Thank
I
you
think
for-
he was.
Thank you for
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway. An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, "Are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president?" I said, "No, I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to." And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, "The president wants you in the meeting." I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took probably 2 or 3 steps in and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an Army t-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, "Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to be here." And he said, no, just come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs arrayed in front of the president's desk. And he said, "Oh, no, you're going to be up here." And everyone kind of laughed. And they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president. And I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered. And so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, "What do I have to lose?" And it was actually a good opening because I said, "Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose." And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department. And so I said, "Mr. President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible. It's absurd. It's not going to happen, and it's going to fail." He has never been in front of a trial jury, a grand jury. He's never even been to Chris Wray's office. I said at one point, if you walked into Chris Wray's office, one, would you know how to get there? And two, if you got there, would he even know who you are? Do you really think that the FBI is going to suddenly start following your orders? It's not going to happen. He's not competent. And that's the point at which Mr. Clark tried to defend himself by saying, well, I've been involved in very significant civil and environmental litigation. I've argued many appeals in appellate courts and things of that nature. And then I pointed out that, yes, he was an environmental lawyer. And I didn't think that was appropriate background to be running in the United States Justice Department.
Did anybody in there support Mr. Clark?
No one.
Mr. Rosen, it was you he was going to replace. So what was your view about the president's plan to appoint Mr. Clark?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, the issue really wasn't about me. It would have been fine, as I said, to have had Rich Donahue replace me. I would have said, great, I get 17 days vacation or something. But the issue was the use of the Justice Department. And it's just so important that the Justice Department adhere to the facts and the law. That's what it's there to do. And that's what our constitutional role was. And so if the Justice Department gets out of the role that it's supposed to play, that's really bad for our country. And I don't know of a simpler way to say that. And when you damage our fundamental institutions, it's not easy to repair them. So I thought this was a really important issue to try to make sure that the Justice Department was able to stay on the right course.
Mr. Donahue, did you eventually tell the president that mass resignations would occur if he installed Mr. Clark and what the consequences would be?
Yes. So this was in line with the president saying, what do I have to lose? Along those lines, he said, so suppose I do this. So suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I'm going to resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice. And then I said, and we're not the only ones. No one cares if we resign. If Steve and I go, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. You're going to lose your entire department leadership. Every single AAG will walk out on your entire department leadership will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what the United States attorneys are going to do. We have U.S. attorneys in districts across the country. And my guess would be that many of them would have resigned. And that would then have led to resignations across the department in Washington. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
Wow. Mr. Engel, can you describe what your reaction was to that?
Yeah, no, I think when the president, my recollection is that when the president turned to me and said, Steve, you wouldn't leave, would you? I said, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorney general, but I couldn't be part of this. And then the other thing that I said was that, look, all anyone is going to sort of think about when they see this, no one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
And I would note too, Congressman, that it was in this part of the conversation where Steve pointed out that Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard. And that comment clearly had an impact on the president. The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Again, the premise that, which as Mr. Donahue has said, but that Mr. Clark could come in and take over the Department of Justice and do something different was just an absurd premise. And all he was doing, Mr. Clark, by putting himself forward, was blowing himself up. And, if the president were to have gone that course, it would have been a grievous error for the president as well.
Mr. Cipollone, the White House counsel, told the committee that Mr. Ingles' response had a noticeable impact on the president, that this was a turning point in the conversation. Mr. Donahue, towards the end of this meeting, did the president ask you what was going to happen to Mr. Clark?
He did. When we finally got to I would say the last 15 minutes of the meeting, the president's decision was apparent. He announced it. Jeff Clark tried to scrape his way back and asked the president to reconsider. The president doubled down, said, no, I've made my decision. That's it. We're not going to do it. And then he turned to me and said, so what happens to him now? Meaning Mr. Clark. And he understood that Mr. Clark reported to me. And I didn't initially understand the question. I said, Mr. President, and he said, are you going to fire him? And I said, I don't have the authority to fire him. He's a Senate-confirmed Assistant Attorney General. And he said, well, who has the authority to fire him? And I said, only you do, sir. And he said, well, I'm not going to fire him. I said, all right, well, then we should all go back to work.
Did you get a call from the president later that night?
I did, I don't know, probably 90 minutes later or something like that.
What was that about?
The president, at this point, we left the White House, reconvened at the department. I left the department. I was back in my apartment. My cell phone rang. It was the president, and he had information about a truck supposedly full of shredded ballots in Georgia that was in the custody of an ICE agent whose name he had. I told him that ICE was part of Department of Homeland Security. I hadn't heard about this. If Department of Homeland Security needed our assistance, we of course would provide it. But it was really up to DHS to make a call if their agent was involved. And he said, fine, I understand. Can you just make sure that Ken, meaning Ken Cuccinelli, knows about this? I said, fine, I would pass that along to him. I eventually contacted Ken Cuccinelli later that evening, and I said, this is what the president told me. If you guys have anything you think should be brought to our attention, let me know. And he said, thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Cipollone left the meeting convinced the president would not appoint Mr. Clark, but he didn't think the president had actually accepted the truth about the election. Sure enough, all the same debunked theories appeared in his speech at the Ellipse 3 days later.
In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes.
Mr. Donahue, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Engel, and others stopped President Trump's efforts, at least temporarily. Yet the message President Trump and his Republican allies pushed throughout December made its way to his supporters anyway. And they kept up the pressure campaign on the way to storming the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Rosen, were you at the Department of Justice on January 6th?
Yes, I was there all day.
Once the Capitol was under attack, I understand that you communicated with fellow cabinet members and Capitol Hill leadership. Can you tell us who you spoke to?
Yeah, I was basically on the phone virtually nonstop all day. Some calls with our own DOJ folks, some with cabinet counterparts at DHS and Defense and the Interior, some with senior White House officials, and with a number of congressional leaders. I received calls from Speaker Pelosi, from Leader McCarthy, from Leader Schumer. I believe Leader McConnell's chief of staff called, a number of other members of Congress as well. And the basic thrust of the calls with the members of Congress was, there's a dire situation here, and can you help? And I reported to them that we were, on a very urgent basis, sending help from the department. We wound up sending over 500 agents and officers from FBI, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals to assist with restoring order at the Capitol. So had a number of calls. As I say, it was more or less nonstop all afternoon.
Did you speak to the vice president that day?
Yes, twice.
Did No, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the first call was a one-on-one discussion, somewhat akin to the congressional leadership calls, updating him on what we were doing to assist. And the second call was a conference call around 7 o'clock with the vice president, congressional leaders, senior White House staff, some other cabinet officials to address that order appeared to be close to being restored, but security still being determined. And the question being, what time could the Congress reassemble? And the answer was 8 o'clock. And thankfully, Congress did reassemble and complete its constitutional duty. There was one highlight of that second call with the vice president, which is Mr. Donahue had gone to the rotunda of the Capitol to be able to give firsthand account and was able to tell the folks on the call, including the vice president, that we thought 8 o'clock would work.
Did you speak to the president on January 6th?
No, I spoke to a number of senior White House officials, but not the president.
Mr. Donahue, on January 6th, we know from Mr. Rosen that you helped in the effort to reconvene the joint session, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We see here in a video that we're going to play now, you arriving with your security detail to help secure the Capitol. Mr. Donahue, 30 minutes after you arrived at the Capitol, did you lead a briefing for the vice president?
I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was, but I did participate in the call and participate in briefing the vice president as well as the congressional leadership that night. Yes.
And where'd you conduct that call at?
I was in an office. I'm not entirely sure where it was. My detail found it because the acoustics in the rotunda were such that it wasn't really conducive to having a call. So they found an office. We went to that office, and I believe I participated in 2 phone calls, one at 1800 and one at 1900 that night from that office.
What time did you actually end up leaving the Capitol?
I waited until the Senate was back in session, which I believe they were gavelled in a few minutes after 8 p.m. And once they were back in session and we were confident that the entire facility was secured and cleared, that there were no individuals hiding in closets or under desks, that there were no IEDs or other suspicious devices left behind, I left minutes later. I was probably gone by 8:30.
And Mr. Donahue, did you ever hear from President Trump that day?
No. Like the AG, the acting AG, I spoke to Pat Cipollone and Mark Meadows and the vice president and the congressional leadership, but I never spoke to the president that day.
So in today's hearing, showcase the efforts of the Americans before us to stand up for democracy. Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue stayed steadfastly committed to the oath they take as officials in the Department of Justice. On January 6th itself, they assisted during the attack while our commander-in-chief stayed silent. Their bravery is a high moment in the sordid story of what led to January 6th. My colleagues and I up here also take an oath. Some of them failed to uphold theirs and instead chose to spread the big lie. Days after the tragic events of January 6th, some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration. 5 days after the attack on the Capitol, Representative Mo Brooks sent the email on the screen now. As you see, he emailed the White House, quote, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz, requesting a pardon for Representative Gaetz, himself, and unnamed others. Witnesses told the Select Committee that the president considered offering pardons to a wide range of individuals connected to the president. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And was Representative Gaetz requesting a pardon?
Believe so. The general tone was, we may get prosecuted because we were defensive of, the president's positions on these things. The pardon that he was requesting, was as broad as you could describe. From the beginning, I remember he's from the beginning of time up until today, for any and all things. He mentioned Nixon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad.
And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons?
I guess Mr. Gates and Mr. Brooks, I know have both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting, and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gates was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gates had reached out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a presidential pardon.
Did they all contact you?
Not all of them, but several of them did.
So you mentioned Mr. Gates, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry.
Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly?
Yes, he did.
Did Marjorie Taylor Greene contact you?
No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House Counsel's Office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Greene.
Are you aware of any conversations or communications regarding the possibility of giving Congressman Matt Gaetz a pardon?
I know he had asked for it, but I don't know if he ever received one or what happened with it.
How do you know that Congressman Gaetz asked for a pardon?
He told me.
Tell us about that.
He told me he'd asked Meadows for a pardon.
Were you involved in or did you witness any conversations about the possibility of a blanket pardon for everyone involved in January 6th?
I had heard that mentioned. Yeah.
Do you know whether the president had any conversations about potentially pardoning any family members?
I know he had hinted at a blanket pardon for the January 6th thing for anybody, but I think he had for all the staff and everyone involved, not with January 6th, but just before he left office, I know he had talked about that.
The only reason I know to ask for a pardon is because you think you've committed a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to these questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Justice Department lawyers are not the president's personal lawyers. We count on them to be on the side of the law and to defend the best interest of the United States, not the best interest of any political campaign. That's how it's been since the department was founded soon after the Civil War. Justice Department lawyers are supposed to play it 100% straight. President Trump tried to erase his loss at the ballot box by parachuting an unqualified man into the top job at Justice. It was a power play to win at all costs with no regard for the will of the American people. It was about ignoring millions of votes. Ignore them, throw them out, label them fraudulent, corrupt, illegal, whatever. Facts were clearly just an inconvenience. From the Oval Office, President Trump urged others to bring his big lie to life. He begged, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. He didn't care what the department's investigations proved. What good were facts when they would only confirm his loss? And it's no surprise that all the far-out, fully fabricated, whack job conspiracy theories collapsed under even the slightest scrutiny. That insanity went from the internet to the highest levels of government in no time. The bottom line, the most senior leadership of the Justice Department, from Attorney General Bill Barr to Jeff Rosen, his successor and his deputy Rich Donahue, everyone except Jeff Clark, was telling President Trump the very same thing. The conspiracy theories were false. The allegation of a stolen election was a lie. The data left no room for doubt, nothing to question. And the Constitution left no room for President Trump to change the outcome of the election. But we're here today because the facts were irrelevant to President Trump. It was about protecting his very real power and very fragile ego, even if it required recklessly undermining our entire electoral system by wildly casting baseless doubt upon it. In short, he was willing to sacrifice our republic to prolong his presidency. I can imagine no more dishonorable act by a president. We owe a great debt of gratitude to these men you've heard from here today. Real leaders who stood for justice when it was in grave peril, who put their country first when the leader of the free world demanded otherwise. They threatened to resign rather than corrupt our democracy. And thanks largely to each of them, President Trump's coup failed. Contrast that to Jeff Clark, who would do exactly what the president wanted. Say there was massive fraud, forget the facts, and leave the rest to President Trump's congressional friends. Mr. Clark refused to cooperate with this committee. He pled the fifth over 125 times. Why risk self-incrimination? And President Trump's congressional friends, some of them are angling for pardons. They knew that every bit of what they did was a lie and it was wrong. That's all the more reason to respect those who came here to testify today. We thank them for their unflinching service in the face of incredible pressure. As it's said, the only thing necessary for evil to succeed is good men to do nothing. Thankfully, there were good people in the Department of Justice. You heard from other good people too on Tuesday. They too defended us. But I'm still worried that not enough has changed to prevent this from happening again. The oath that we take has to mean something. It has to cut to the core of who we are and be the driving force of our service to this nation. We on this committee, we may be able to shine light on the darkness, but that is not enough. It's now up to every American, now and in the future, to stand for truth, to reject the lies wherever we confront them, in our towns, in our capitals, in our friendships, in our families, and at the ballot box, and within our own minds and hearts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I again want to thank the witnesses for being here today. After today, I suspect that there will be some who label you agents of the deep state or something else conspiratorial or nonsensical, meant to justify ignoring what you've said today, ignoring the facts. That may be the short-term cost of acting honorably and telling the truth, but your actions should have an important long-term impact. They will help keep us on the course set by the framers of our Constitution. Let me paraphrase the words of John Adams and others. Whether ours shall continue to be government of laws and not of men is ultimately for the American people to decide. And let me also today make a broader statement to millions of Americans who put their trust in Donald Trump. In these hearings so far, you've heard from more than a dozen Republicans who've told you what actually happened in the weeks before January 6th. You will hear from more in the hearings to come. Several of them served Donald Trump and his administration, others in his campaign. Others have been conservative Republicans for their entire careers. It can be difficult to accept that President Trump abused your trust, that he deceived you. Many will invent excuses to ignore that fact, but that is a fact. I wish it weren't true, but it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Again, I thank our witnesses and thank my colleagues for this hearing. As we conclude our 5th hearing in this series, I want to remind the American people of a few things the committee has shown. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Top Republican officials who supported Trump knew that he lost and told him he lost. Trump knew he lost. Those who say the election was affected by widespread voter fraud are lying. They were lying in 2020, they were lying in 2021, and indeed, they are lying today. Donald Trump went to court. That's the right any candidate seeking to challenge the outcome of an election must do. Donald Trump lost in court dozens and dozens of times. He lost in part because there was no evidence that voter fraud had any impact on the results of the election. To borrow a phrase from our witness earlier this week, Mr. Bowers, all he had was theories and no evidence. As I've said, if you're running for office in the United States, that's the end of the line. You accept the court's judgment, you concede the race, you respect the rule of law and the will of the voters. But for Donald Trump, that wasn't the end of the line, not even close. The voters refused to keep him in office. The courts refused to keep him in office, but he continued to lie. And he went in search of anyone who would go along with his scheme. And we've shown today, he pressured the Justice Department to act as an arm of his reelection campaign. He hoped law enforcement officials would give the appearance of legitimacy to his lies, so he and his allies had some veneer of credibility when they told the country that the election was stolen. Earlier this week, we showed how Donald Trump brought the weight of the presidency down on local and state officials who are trying to do their jobs and ultimately did. They investigated his claims and found them to be false. And then they endured Trump's pressure campaign at great risk to themselves and their loved ones. And of course, there was a scheme to get the former Vice President, Mike Pence, to violate the law and the Constitution by rejecting the Electoral College votes on January 6th and blocking the peaceful transfer of power. I mentioned the former Vice President last because, as we showed, when he refused to bow to the pressure in those critical moments on January 6th, there was a backup plan for stopping the transfer of power. The mob and their vile threats. Up to this point, we've shown the inner workings of what was essentially a political coup, an attempt to use the powers of the government from the local level all the way up to overturn the results of the election. Find me the votes, send fake electors, just say the election was corrupt. Along the way, we saw threats of violence. We saw what some people were willing to do. In the service of the nation, the Constitution? No, in service of Donald Trump. When the Select Committee continues this series of hearings, we're going to show how Donald Trump tapped into the threat of violence, how he summoned the mob to Washington, and how, after corruption and political pressure failed to keep Donald Trump in office, violence became the last option. Our investigation is ongoing. Those hearings have spurred an influx of new information that the committee and our investigators are working to assess. We are committed to presenting the American people with the most complete information possible. That will be our aim when we reconvene in the coming weeks. The chair, however, requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
All right. Chairman Benny Thompson, another impactful afternoon. Let me just say this, though, that every kid in America now has an excuse when he doesn't have his homework. It's the Italian satellites. The Italian satellites got my homework. They changed it. They put somebody else's name on it. You know, the thing that came out of that, again, Jon Austin with this political, old curmudgeon political operative, and former press secretary for Senator Tom Eagleton and crisis communication expert, and of course, Brooklyn Dad, will be joined hopefully and a little bit later on by Brian Karem and Renato Mariotti. But just a picture of Donahoe, Engel, and Rosen sitting in the White House, turning to Jeffrey Clark and going, "Fuck this guy." That was just to see that image. And in effect, they did it right to his face. You got to give him balls for that. That was that was an interesting moment, especially when who was it that came in that said he came? Was it Rosen that said he was in street clothes and with dirty boots and he came in?
Donahue.
Donahue.
Yeah.
Just to picture all of this and to see just how ludicrous it all seems. There was a few jaw-dropping moments today. Would you guys agree?
It will never not be astounding, just breathtaking to me that these law enforcement officials spoke to the former president of the United States as though he were a child just learning that there was no Santa Claus. I mean, seriously, this was just, and we watch this and we hear it and we're like, yeah, because that's him. But that is unbelievable that everybody has just kind of, it's past assault. Yeah, he's a child. That's insane. And it's insane that he's even being mentioned as a front runner to lead the country again. That is disgraceful. He's got to be prosecuted.
Convicted and sentenced is what he needs to be.
Yes.
I don't know, John. Brooklyn's not as old as us, but between the three of us, there's a good collection of some salty years of observing politics and in general, just the nature of man. We crossed the line at some point. I still think we can cross back. But to hear this and to see this, is it possible that this kind of crap has gone on before and we just didn't have social media and the ability to see and hear it all?
Oh yeah. I mean it's an amazing phenomenon to watch happen. These guys are doing this stuff out in the open. They're being blatant about it. They're not hiding behind doors and we have to get secret tapes like there was with Nixon. They stand up and they put on, they dialed the mic up to 11 and they tell you exactly what they're going to do. And in some ways that has actually saved them as long as it has, because people assume, well, geez, if they're doing it out in the open, they're talking about it this way, it can't be illegal. Right. Maybe we don't like it, but it can't be illegal. And yet it is. I mean, the thing about these hearings I keep coming back to is now, you're seeing sort of underneath all of the connective tissue with this, the stuff that wasn't so visible, but takes it from being the gang who couldn't shoot straight, who was firing in all directions, to still an inept bunch of crazy people, but they were all trying to aim at the same target with different guns.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how Americans will view the next 20 years after this. Will we recede back into, a sort of a trust in the FBI and intelligence communities and stuff like we used to have?
It's hard to get it back, right? I mean, if you go back and you look at historical public opinion surveys, when did trust in government, when did trust in Congress, when did trust in institutions really start to erode? And it was in the 60s and 70s when, the government was caught lying about the war. The Nixon administration was caught lying about Watergate. There was a series of scandals in Congress. And those things fundamentally damaged the country's relationship with its institutions. And if you want to take the long-term view of it, those were the seeds that were planted about distrusting the organization. And go back to George Wallace, who gave Trump some of his best lines. I've been reminded of that recently. George Wallace ran on a platform that anybody who voted for Donald Trump would recognize, because it's all about them, those guys, they're against you, the pointy-head liberals, the elitists in Hollywood and New York who want to take away your guns and take away your religion and change the way, your kids get educated. It's going to be real hard to get that back. And the things that used to pull us back together, national tragedies or things like that, a 9/11 type of event, even those, I'm not sure that they have a power to do that. And we saw some of that with COVID, where faster than you could think, it went from being a public health issue to being a political issue.
What about the irony that the Supreme Court comes out and says states really don't have the right to limit guns, but states have the right to limit access to abortion? It seems to me those are two totally different concepts and views of the Constitution. I wonder if, in fact, maybe Jefferson was right. Every 5 years, we should just tear that piece of paper up and start over again. This
Supreme Court is corrupt, in my opinion. It's completely lost its legitimacy. There are at least 4 of them that we know lied under oath when they talked about accepting Roe v. Wade as settled law, and they're an activist. They're an activist Supreme Court now. They're just making decisions that they were appointed to do. Appointed by Trump to do. This is why the conservative base, they look the other way on all of the heinous behavior that Trump did, not because they accept it, but because they accept it because he gave them the control of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but I when you say that it's corrupt, I think that the process of put these people in there is what you're talking about, right? Because, these people are Americans that have viewpoints that you and the 3 of us probably disagree with strongly, but they're not breaking the laws. They're not violating the Constitution by having these strong opinions. And the fact that, that Merrick Garland, his nomination was never, McConnell never allowed that to go. That's politics. A big chunk of this that we don't like is of our own doing. The fact that we didn't win the votes, that we didn't get the kind of votes we needed in order to affect the kind of change we desired. So would you agree, John, that in effect, we got what we deserve to a certain extent?
Well, I think the phrase elections has consequences is, we can see that in today's court decision, right? It was a 6-3 decision. But for Mitch McConnell, and I'm not going to give Trump credit for this because it was McConnell who got him 3 judicial appointments, 3 Supreme Court appointments. That decision more than likely would have been 5-4 the other way, I would think. Right. So yeah, they have consequences. And if anybody who's tuned into this podcast, if they take one thing away from it ought to be that 2022 is not lost. It's hard uphill for the Democrats and for progressive causes, but it's not lost yet. 2024 is certainly not lost yet. There a difference can be made, right? It's all about turnout. If we can get our voters to the polls, we've got a fighting chance this time around. And these hearings ought to be a call to action for that as well.
What about the obviously the abortion case? It's due out any day now. The Uvalde shooting, the Supreme Court decision. We talked about the "it's economy stupid." Are these other issues just not strong enough to get people out to really affect change in their congressional districts?
Who knows? As somebody said earlier in the pre-hearing part of the broadcast, this is what conservatives, evangelical conservatives, have been working for decades, is a compliant Supreme Court and an administration that's going to do this. So they're going to be energized too, right? They have been, they've seen the fruits of their labor finally pay off. So they're going to be energized. It's really up to the people who have never lived in a world where Roe wasn't the law of the land to decide whether or not that matters to them and whether or not they want to get up off their asses and do something about that. Because absent that, this is what we've got for the next 20 years. We've got
I hate to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I hate to say this, but it's going to boil down to the side that can scare the shit out of their supporters the best wins.
Well, yeah, I mean,
well, it goes back to that thing I was talking about, social media. That's, social media, they've all learned that's what motivates people. Engagement comes through negative emotions more strongly than it does through positive emotions. I don't like what that says about us as a species, but there's also got to be some aspirational thing. We've got to, I don't want to just mirror the other side because they've demonstrated that works. I want some aspirational thing that we're working for. We're not just
are better angels.
Stop. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing that, the thing that endures, right? And that's a good point, is that, when Lincoln asks us to remember our better angels, right? There's a reason why we still quote that line after 150 years of history have passed by, because it means something, right? And it sets out a goal that we should all aspire to personally and in government. And if we can't find that aspirational reason to get people up off their couches and go out and vote for it, then we are in some ways as bankrupt as the people who we're working against.
I agree. Wilbur Wright.
We elected to office. Of course, there's no. I think American people are, by and large, I hate to sound like the cynic there, are morally bankrupt, or at least just don't care because they're too busy getting their kids to soccer practice. But I get, all right, look, couple of takeaways that you got to get. What's the over under on Jeffrey Clark getting indicted? And by the way, I'd like to shop for an over-expansive pardon whenever possible, joining Mo Brooks, Mr. Briggs, Jordan Gomert, Perry, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And more importantly, the whole idea that that the American people somehow don't get the government that we deserve, that's on us.
Right.
That's straight up on us.
Right.
And for the love of God, if you don't like what's going on, get involved. It's not only voting, it's not only working at precincts, it's being knowledgeable of the issue so you can come to the situation with the ability to make a cogent decision. But a lot of us don't do that. And until we do that, man, nothing's going to change. But I will say this. I think I've seen in the last few days that I do believe that the Department of Justice is on this. And I do believe that before you can blink, they're going to flip Jeffrey Clark. They had him out in his PJs and his front hanged up. And they're gonna that guy's gonna be served and look, soft pasty white doughboy ain't gonna last in prison. I don't care what prison it is. He's gonna cough up, and he was in those meetings. Donald Trump is gonna see an indictment. What bothers me is that it took all of this to get there. You look at how thin we held on to our democracy through 2020. I don't know if we can survive 2022 if it swings, if there is a swing to the Republican side of the aisle. I think you'll see endless numbers of inquiries into, you might see Merrick Garland. They might try to impeach him. They might try and impeach Biden. But today, I would not want to be any of those people who requested a pardon walking through Congress. I walk through those halls every day, and Kinzinger set just a laser on those people to expose them for the crap that they are. And I think that there will be repercussions, and I have more hope for the Republic today than I did prior to these hearings.
Well said.
Well, yeah, I still think though that, again, momentum is a funny thing. when you seem to have it, and then you turn your back on the problem, thinking you can, it's like a race. You still have to know who's coming up from behind you. There's a great line in
Well, I had a date like that once.
there's a great line in the Wright brothers by I forget who wrote it. Who wrote Halberstam, I believe.
Yeah.
And where Wilbur Wright says, the only way to get lift is to turn the plane into the wind. And to me, we have to face. We can't just put him in jail. We have to figure out what it is, this huge difference in how to fix it. Because as you guys said earlier, when I asked who's worse, DeSantis or Trump, and you said DeSantis, that's to my point. My point is we have to find a way to deal with the 70 million people that voted for this guy.
That's why you've got to bring him to justice.
I agree, but that will not.
That has to be consequences. There have to be consequences for this type of behavior. If there isn't, DeSantis and the others will have the basis for continuing to subvert the democracy that we've come to expect. But if look, the peaceful transfer of power, there's nothing more basic. That we have been the envy of countries across the world simply because we did that one thing.
That envy is waning, my friend.
Well, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
We've got to restore some respect. I mean, the idea that you're looking to Italy, and by the way, Bill Barr was one of the guys who promoted that. I remember the New York Times article about, the Italian satellite crap. First of all, I didn't know the Italians had that many satellites. And B, why the hell would they care?
Well, they do, but they all end in a vowel, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
And they're stylish too. It's the other thing. They do a nice satellite.
On the back of a Vespa.
Yeah.
So, as we look at this and moving forward, obviously we all feel the momentum for an indictment, right? Is that fair to say that we all sense that this has?
Yeah.
They outlined it. Look,
John, do you think there's a chance that we won't indict 45?
Yeah, it's a big step. And Merrick Garland, who, he's a judge, man. He spent his entire adult life being a judge. He's moving incredibly cautiously on this. And I think in the end he'll make the right decision, but he may at the end of the day say that, his judgment's the cure is worse than the cause. And it's hard for me to believe, but no one has ever accused me of having a judicial temperament.
I think if Trump is not indicted, that is going to be probably the biggest blunder in the history of America, the biggest one. Exactly. I mean, not only will we get clobbered in 2022, we'll get clobbered in 2024. Why would anybody show up if you cannot do the bare minimum to defend this democracy that you ask people to go and vote every 2 years for? You beg and plead people, this is the most important election of our time, etc. Why are they going to buy your shit anymore, Brooklyn, if you don't defend this democracy?
Because in 4 years we could have Republican controlled House, Senate, White House, a 6-3 Supreme Court, and the Justice Department that maybe won't have people like, Engel, Donahue, and Rosen, right? And they'll start indicting everybody, and they'll start putting people in jail, and that's the road that we could quickly go down if
we're already on that road.
I understand. I'm just saying.
You realize, Chip, they
realize. Look, I'm with you. I'm just presenting this other side. That's all.
I'm just saying, in Georgia, take a look. That woman left her job, and everyone that she worked with left their job. That's not only an indictment of the Trump crazies who employed hatred to move them out and violence, but it portends a potential hazard in this election in 2022 if those people are replaced by people like Donald Trump who believe it's okay to cheat to win. We're done. We're done.
Is Herschel Walker going to win the Senate seat?
Herschel Walker shouldn't have. Well, I'm not going to go.
Yeah, I know what he shouldn't, right? Did you hear what he said about his multiple personalities that Jesus had him too? Because Jesus was God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus. So he had multiple personalities. So it's the same with him. I mean,
it's generally not a good look for a candidate to compare himself to Jesus, but what do I know about politics these days?
Donald Trump
he led in the polls. The last poll, Herschel Walker had a 3-point lead. So
I'm actually,
Well,
I feel okay about Georgia. I think I'll hold it.
I think if
lead isn't that big a deal, I think. I mean, Mitch McConnell 6 weeks before he was elected to the Senate for the first time trailed by 25 points.
Yeah, it was 40 years ago, though. I mean, it's a different
Yeah,
world.
now you're showing my age.
I want to see Herschel Walker face off against Reverend Warnock in a debate. I want to see that. If I see that,
he's not going to do that.
It should be a slam dunk.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Good to have you guys along. We have a lot of people with comments on there, and we do appreciate it. How many people are Americans really serious about leaving this country this time around? If Trump is elected,
moving out.
I mean, because I'm the only one here. It seems to think that Trump is running. He's definitely running, in my opinion. But I think you're wrong.
He's keeping the donation machine going. That's what he's doing.
That's all it is. He
can't solicit any more donations if he's not running.
He will walk up to the line and then he will back off. He already gave you the reason why, Chip, he won't run. He said, hey, I could want to run. And but the doctor could say at any moment. So that's Donald Trump. That's how he plays his cons. I gave you information earlier. It's like, if you ever listen to his cons, he's so... I've got it down now after listening to him for 4 years. He first starts off by trying a juvenile attempt to persuade you, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you had that power? Then secondly, he tries to negotiate going, oh, you really do have that power? And then 3, when you don't do what he wants, the third step is to go, well, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to threaten you. And by God, we can't be friends anymore. And he does the same thing when he's laying little mines ahead of him so he can say, look, I've been saying this all along. This is what I think. This isn't a surprise. It's not a con. It's true. It's all a con. Everything the man says is a con. He ain't running. He just wants the money. Grifter.
I hope you're right, bro.
I don't disagree with anything you just said, Brian, but I think his ego can't let his last thing be that he got beat.
Oh, no, I think it's because his ego, he won't run because he knows he will be beat and he doesn't want to face that again. I think I agree with you that his ego but I think his ego will play into it and go, well, he really knows he lost. Come on. Out of all this, Donald Trump knows he lost.
Yeah, no, he absolutely does. And it's gnawing at him. And and he lives in a bubble, right? And the hearings have illustrated just this. He goes searching for his own comfort bubble, right? If he can't find it from his attorney general, he goes to the assistant attorney general. If he can't find that, he goes to Rudy. If he can't find that, he ends up with Cletus Mitchell and Jenna Ellis, right? And until he finds somebody who tells him what he wants to hear. So that's exactly what he's going to do with election stuff. He's going to keep going until he finds people who say, yeah, you can win. Yeah, absolutely. You'll win going away. Biden's old. He'll find those people.
I don't know. I do think, though, that it's interesting to look forward and to imagine, is Fox News going to substantively change if Trump doesn't run? There's already been inklings, but will they be? Well, they've already changed a little bit. If you took Hannity and you took Tucker Carlson off that network, it would be a totally different network, I think. The numbers would change dramatically. Too. It's a personality-driven network, not a philosophy or.
And those are personalities that have shows. The Fox News element remains a Fox News, one of the best reporters I know.
By them. It's poisoned by them.
One of the best. Yeah, one of the best reporters I know in the business when it comes to the Middle East, and he's in Ukraine now, is Trey Yingst. I did time with him in the White House. We did time together in the White House during the Trump administration. He works for Fox, and yes, he is one of the best reporters in Ukraine right now. So they have the seeds of a legitimate news organization. They need someone at the top to direct them.
Well, right now they're enabling.
I'll be cheap, but I'll do the job and fire all those bastards. So hire me.
They're enabling 70 million people.
Yeah, they are enabling 70 million people. Absolutely. Let's disable that.
So, but Kinzinger, again, what we talked about earlier, and thank you guys for joining us. We appreciate it. Again, you can follow all of us on Twitter. We don't have John's handle up there. Mr. Austin, what is your handle?
That's probably okay. JM Austin.
JM Austin.
Pretty easy. I got in early, man. No numbers needed.
But I think though that, when we look at this and, and we stand back a bit and, again, I think it's fair to say that we've been through this before and we'll get through this again. I mean, but there are other things obviously we're dealing with too, right? We're dealing with, the next pandemic. We're dealing with China and Russia. And of course there you go. And then we're dealing with, a recession and I
Well, we're
guess
not in a recession yet.
Well, we will be though. It's it's going to be like the late 70s. It's going to be
a glass is half empty fella.
We're going to have inflation and a recession, which is obviously it's what got Jimmy Carter defeated and what put Ronald Reagan in the office for 8 years. It was this idea.
But let's put it in a little context. When I bought my first house, I paid my interest rate was 17%, right?
Yeah.
And we owned that house for 3 years. We refinanced it twice because in those 3 years it dropped from 17% to like 6%, which is about
John,
where we are now.
The difference is today, 17% on a $2 million home, which is what you're going to pay in the top 15 markets of this country. It's a totally different number, right?
But
so,
inflation is a big deal. And like I said, when you fill your gas tank up, you see it at work there. But, in the historical context, this isn't pull the fire alarm yet.
Well, if Trump, you guys don't think he's going to run. Most of you don't. But if he does run and I think he'll win. You tell me who's going to
You think he'll get the nomination? You think he'll win the election?
Both.
Oh,
both. And Joe Biden's not going to beat him. I don't think.
Here's what I'm most concerned
and if
about.
He does, we've seen now their plan. Their plan is pretty obvious. These states are going to appoint new electors. They're going to change the laws that say they can appoint new electors on their own. And Roberts and the Supreme Court seem okay. They want to give the states as much control over their elections as possible. I mean, when I say this around my friends that are my progressive friends, they're like, dude, you're such a buzzkill, man. Why do you do that? Here we're beating the crap out of him in these hearings. I'm telling you what, and this, Brian, the guy, give him credit. The dude's a fighter. I mean, the guy's been on the ground half of his life and gets back up. I don't see him going away because if he doesn't run, he's nobody. He's a has-been. He hates that. He's going to run because he loves the attention. He loves these rallies. He'll still have those people. They'll still come out.
He ain't running, brother.
What?
He ain't running, brother.
I don't know. There's an anecdote from Trump, and he'll tell you this anecdote himself about when he was a young guy and he was coming up in the business. He was still under his dad's shadow. He went to a party in New York, and sitting in the corner, ignored, was, and I forget the name of the guy, but he was the guy who basically built all of the post-war housing in New Jersey, built all the Levitt towns. And the guy, and nobody knew who he was. He had aged out, and Donald Trump thought that was so sad and pathetic that nobody recognized this guy in their midst. And to me, that was revealing. That's his greatest fear. His greatest fear is that nobody cares about him.
And that's the best way to punish Donald Trump.
Right.
You're right.
Forget him, relegate him to the dustbin of history, put him in the same 8x10 cell that was isolation cell for Michael Cohen. Let him have the same weather, the broken window, the broken sink, the small bed, no access to the outside world. That's where Donald Trump should be.
Well, one thing that's been consistent in my lifetime politically is the Republicans, when they leave office, always hand a bag of shit to the incoming Democrat. I mean, the 80 recession, the 92 recession, the 2000 recession, the 2008 recession. It's and then of course in 2020. But again, I saw James Carville the other day talking, and Carville is a mixed bag. He's a brilliant politician, but he's also the same guy that wanted to drag Monica Lewinsky across a trailer park, like Paula.
No, that was $100 bill he wanted.
No. But later on, that they would have done the same to her if she didn't have a dress with his DNA on it. I mean, it would have happened. And, you know, these are, come on, John, you know that.
I know it was, but just for historical accuracy, it was in reference to Paula Jones, and it was a $100 bill.
Actually, the truth is, you want to go down that one more step. He wasn't actually talking about Paula Jones when he said that. He was referring in general. It's been attributed to Paula Jones. I only know that because I talked to Camerata about that for a long time, who was her attorney. But
breaking news.
what?
Donald Trump just sent me an email. He's responding to the hearings today. His golf balls are now half price.
There we go.
All right.
And they're just as good as his steaks as vodka or any of the other stuff.
So Brian and I are going to, and of course, Brooklyn, you're welcome to join too. We're going to start under the Really American banner, Inside the Beltway podcast, once a week, maybe twice a week. Trying to get into some of these issues as well, and trying to get people on. We've already talked to, you know, a wide variety of people. I was in touch with Kinziger's office, and he will be doing some media when this is over. Swalwell's going to join us in a couple weeks. Just to, you know, it's interesting. I mean, we're just picking the Congress people.
That's what you need, Chip.
How many tests? What?
Now, I want Mo Brooks, Mr. Biggs, Jordan, Gomert, Perry, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. All the ones who asked for or shopped around.
And Gates. Don't forget Matt.
Matt Gates. My main man, Matt. That's right.
We'll have to lower the age of admittance if we have Gates on. But anyway, all right. Any final thoughts, guys, before we roll it out of here?
Trump is going down.
Okay. Well, obviously they're doing a hell of a job, and I think if we were to grade this, there's nothing other than an A we could give them to this point. I think they've done it with
They've done a very good job.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Keep it on.
Yeah.
Hey,
all right.
just remember, just call it corrupt, and we'll handle the rest.
There you
go. By the way, you can see the full part of this on YouTube if you want to. If you want to make yourself suffer, really join his side.
Hey, you got to send me the link. My family will never believe I was on with you guys.
It's on Really Americans YouTube. Just go Really Americans YouTube, and you'll see it posted right there.
Thanks for having us, Chip.
Yeah,
Brooklyn, thanks for putting all this together, my friend. When is your podcast where people can follow you? What days?
Usually it's Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And of course, Free the Press into its third printing. It's kicking ass. You're buying lunch next time, dude. All right.
There you go.
All right. Be well, everybody.
First bourbon.
All right.
Right,
thanks
guys.
a lot.
Take
We'll
care.
see you next time. I'm Chip Franklin. That's Brooklyn Dad, Brian Karem, Jon Austin. And again, thanks to Renato Mariotti, for being with us. And we'll catch you again. See ya.